All right, we'll call this
Well-
meeting
I feel a little bit, yeah.
of the Jefferson County Development Authority to order. The date is Friday, May 29th. It is 9 a.m. And this is a special meeting of the Development Authority. This is our strategic planning session. We'll call the roll of members to determine if we have a quorum. I don't believe we have any members participating online today. Bowserman, not present. Casto, not present. Goodrich.
Present.
Present. Lutman, not present. Majdi or Mood.
Present.
Mr. Mood is present. Ms. McIntyre,
Present.
Mr. Russo is not present. Ms. Skinner,
Present.
Mr. Tumalo,
Present.
Ms. Upson is not present. and Mr. Wilt is present. Okay, with that, we do have a 6-member quorum. Our agenda was pretty small today and just calls for the one item, the strategic planning session. And with that, we'll turn it over to our partners at ZMM and to kind of lead us in a day-long strategic planning session. I will make one note about the agenda, and I know it was a draft. I do have a commitment that I need to leave this room at 11:15.
That's fine.
I have to go to a ribbon cutting and I'll be back by noon.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty close to what we had planned, but I don't know if
That-
anybody
and that-
else
and
has
that's
anything like that, but it appears we need to keep this group of 6 intact to have a quorum for the day.
Well, and that, maybe that's when we'll set up our lunch break or something. And
Yeah, I think Daryl said he's got lunch coming at that point.
Yeah, I can
so
run
that
out
should
and do
work.
what I need to do at the same time, in
Okay.
same time frame.
Yeah, and,
Very
and Daryl had mentioned that on the
Okay.
phone the other day. We had a little huddle before we all came over, so
Okay,
we're aware, so.
all right, excellent. And with that, I'll
All
turn
right.
it over.
All right, well, first of all, I want to thank everybody for the commitment. I know it's a long day, but it'll be a very informative day and a very interactive day. I'm sure you aware this is at least the first steps of the beginnings of updating your strategic plan. And I know we've been on multiple calls throughout, leading up to this day, but what we wanted to do was, this is literally step 1, where we wanted to have an interactive session with your board and it'll be, again, very, very interactive. We're gonna have some workshops and some breakout sessions. But in the end, we're really here to listen, because what we want to do is we want to really get a strong grasp on what your wants and needs are, what you're trying to accomplish. So then we can come back and write a scope to produce a strategic plan that you're actually going to be able to use, and not just a boilerplate document. It'll be laser focused to you all. It's not something that'll just get spit out, set on the shelf. It'll end with short, medium, long range goals. And there'll be metrics attached to that to make sure that you can actually track your progress. So it'll be a very interactive document and something that we want you all to be able to get a lot of use from. So this is really why we're doing this first, so we can really get a good handle on this and create some alignment internally, but really it's a big listening session for us. So we're going to keep this interactive. It won't be, this will probably be the most I talk all day. It's going to be a lot of you all, so please be prepared and involved. We're going to do a quick introduction. Dave Gilmore with ZMM Architects and Engineers, and I'll kind of MC this and make sure. I know we have some people have to go in and out, but we have the agenda set up to end at 3:30. We'll see how things go. I mean, we're here for as long as you want us to be, but I realize it's a Friday. We've already talked about the golf course. So, and it's so it's a beautiful day out, and which is, I don't know about, I come from Charleston and we've had like flooding and rain for the last 2 weeks. It's been terrible.
Same here.
So I'm sure everybody wants to get out and enjoy the afternoon. So Again, Dave Gilmore was ZMM, and just quickly go around the table and introduce yourself, and maybe also please sign the sign-in sheet that I circulated for me. And so we'll just start with you and tell me what you do and
Heather
why we're
Mac,
here.
oh,
Yeah.
Heather McIntyre. I'm the executive director of the Chamber of
Oh,
Commerce.
great.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been on the board and off the board and on the board again for a couple of
As
years.
people tend to do.
As people,
right,
yeah,
right.
born and
Mhm.
raised in Jefferson County, so I lived here all my life. So Jefferson County is very near and dear to me. So I love to see the growth and the good, the
So I
bad, and
can
the
say
ugly.
You've
Yeah.
seen a lot of,
Yeah.
you've seen a lot of changes then.
Yes.
Over the years.
Yes, yes, it is. So
Okay, well.
excited to be here.
Okay, well, excited to have you. Thanks for your time.
Mhm.
Good morning, Raymond Goodrich. I'm the newest member of the board, appointed just last year. Was August? Is that it? Yeah. But lifelong community banker, going on 42 years, July the 3rd. Failed a lot, so that gives me experience and perspective
Yeah.
on one side. And I'm really honored that I'm the treasurer and secretary of the Development Authority, bringing kind of a financial angle, as
Right.
myopic as that may be. But I think
Right.
if you talk about development in general, I think you cannot not talk about finance and the capital stack and the forward looking. So I get a lot of value of joining the group, and how can we grow our county in a mission, understanding that we are strategically wedged in some competitive environments, Maryland to the north, Virginia to the south. And so we have maybe a unique disposition compared to other counties in West Virginia,
You do.
that we
Yeah.
they don't have that experience. So we
Right.
have a broader perspective, and therefore our competitive spears need to be sharper and maybe more pointed and more directed to be able to. I
Great.
look forward to the day.
Well,
Good. I'm Todd Will. I get the privilege of serving as the president of the board. Like Raymond, newly appointed to this board. Lifelong Jefferson County resident. Have a strong connection to the ag community. Spent 20 years managing the county fair. Led Citizens Fire Company for a few years. Participated in the Emergency Services Agency for a little while at the county level. Worked for Charlestown for 9 years in a variety of governmental roles. Work currently for Ranson as the city manager for Ranson, so I have extensive local government experience. Serve also on the Jefferson County CVB, so I think it just bring a wide variety of Jefferson County to the table.
Tyler Tumalo.
hey, Tyler.
I'm a board member here, same time as them, August. So moved to Jefferson County in 2017. So I think probably one of the newest to the area. But I'm a business owner. I have a business in Jefferson County, and then 2 offices in Berkeley County, and then 1 in Winchester, Virginia. So
Okay.
I own a transportation company, a bus company.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Well, man, we're getting a really good cross section here. All these things so far that you all talked about are crucial parts of these strategic plans. So keep on going. James?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm James Yost. I'm a landscape architect. We're with the sub to ZMM, so we're with JCDA Consultants Community Solutions Group. So we're here to assist Dave as part of this workshop. So we'll just be helping to facilitate the conversation today and try and make sure that we record everything that you all say, and then again, pulling all this down so that we can start to develop your strategic plan.
And I'm Laura Smith. I oversee our urban analytics division at GAI. So I work a lot with James. James works out of our Charleston, West Virginia office. I'm out of our Orlando, Florida office. But we work a lot together, and I've been doing a lot of sort of strategic and economic development support work throughout the state. So this is kind of one of those opportunities where we were able to partner up with Dave and work with you all to sort of advance your organization and figure out where you want to go over the next several years. So we're excited that we're able to help out with this.
Next.
Kathy Skinner, work-wise, I am the CFO of Skinner Law Firm. And otherwise, I've been on this board, I don't remember the first year it was, but long enough that I'm now on my 3rd executive director. So I guess that's a little while. As far as everything else, I currently also serve as the president of Jefferson County Board of Education. And that's how I first got involved on the board here. I was appointed as the school board rep. And now that we don't have that, I'm just, I guess, everybody's a member at large or however it works. Jefferson County has been my home since, 2003, so 23 years now. I want to continue to call it my home. I want to see Jefferson County do really well, and that's why I'm here.
Thanks for your time.
And my name is Mike Mood. I'm a Jefferson County Commissioner. I own a heating and air conditioning business as well as a towing business. Been involved in public safety since the late 80s. I moved here in 95. One of the founding members of Middle Way Volunteer Fire Company, been their volunteer fire chief for 18 years. And my vision is really focused on business growth into the county, because what I'm seeing here is what I saw in Montgomery County in the late 80s and Washington, Northern Virginia, coming out in through Loudon, all this residential growth that costs more in services than it produces in taxes. And we're seeing most of our residents heading out of here to go to work. And that is just killing this county in tax revenue.
It's going to come up today.
And
So
if
we'll
we
talk about
can,
it. So-
if we can look at where these people are going to work and try to attract them here, that's better for their quality of life. Because people are now not commuting as much, they're home more and can do much more with their families in the community.
And how long have you been on the board, Mike? Did you say?
I am an alternate on here this year.
You're an alternate,
Yeah,
so
so-
this is your
so my-
first year?
Correct, yes.
And thanks for your time today.
You're welcome.
Let's go to our new director.
Hey, everyone, I'm Daryl Coles. I'm the Executive Director of the Jefferson County Development Authority. And I'm in my second month, almost 8 weeks in, but I'm not new to economic development or government service. Just happy to be.
We'll save the best for last.
Hi, I'm Ashley Gutierrez and I'm the Economic Development Clerk. And this is my 4th day, but I'm very excited for this opportunity.
She'll make it through the week. We have confidence. She'll make it through the week.
And it's
So
a
I
good
do
way to
that.
end a Friday, right?
Right.
With a strategic workshop.
But she might want to leave after. Actually,
Yeah.
I made a joke. I had just a quick touch base call with Daryl before we all came into town and joked that he's doubled his staff by 100% since we talked last. So it's exciting. So again, I'm going to try to keep this, I'll sort of MC this thing and try to keep this on track, if not ahead of schedule, so everybody can get out and enjoy their Friday afternoon. But did want to do just a quick interview or overview, and was going to go through the agenda, but we're going to do this anyway in real time. But I think the overview, as everybody was introducing themselves, is you just did it for me. And I did, I knew everybody has their day jobs and everything, but just going around the room, we've literally hit a cross-section of everything that we want to look and talk about today, whether it's education, finance, transportation, certainly housing, and how to keep people in the county, for that tax base instead of coming in and working and then going home and spending their dollars in another adjacent county or state. This is unusual, not an unusual, but here, you can be in 2 or 3 different states within a matter of minutes, and not a lot of people can claim that. So all the things that we went around the room here are what we're going to look and talk about today. And one other thing, I've worked with James and Laura for years. I was at GAI for almost 20 years before coming to ZMM. So we have a great relationship. We're all close friends, and this is what we do. So and one last thing, I know we're planning geeks, and I just want to comment on, as we were pulling in this morning, probably the first thing we noticed and we got really excited about was that you all have back-end parking spaces here. and solar panels in your parking lot. And, not many people probably get excited about back-end parking spaces, but we do.
We see reverse angle parking and we're like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
they embraced reverse angle parking. It's so
I-
much safer
I
for
used you all as an
pedestrians.
example for the city of Huntington and they still wouldn't go for it. so.
I will tell you, the city of Gainesville, Florida implemented reverse angle parking and their public couldn't figure it out.
Mm.
And they ended up having to change it
Yeah.
because they just could not adapt to reverse angle parking.
Yeah.
So I love seeing, these are really advanced things that y'all are doing. You may not really
Mhm.
realize that other communities try this stuff and that it doesn't always work because their
Yeah.
public doesn't always embrace it.
Well,
And I
think
mean,
that's
you have
the-
lots of roundabouts implemented as well, which are great
Yeah.
traffic calming devices. I mean,
Well, we're still trying to figure out how
Yeah.
to go around about.
but it's all, these are things that it's difficult to implement these in a lot of communities, like Dave was saying. So when you get folks that do this, and we try to sell these kinds of things to communities all the time for their benefits,
Mhm.
and it's hard.
Yeah. 'cause
And
it's
y'all have
efficient and it's
embraced
safer and
these,
you're doing
these new
things
things,
already.
and it's
That's
amazing.
great.
Yeah, we bought these buildings last year. They were part of the American Public University system. So they came in and did just amazing work when they built them.
Oh, yeah.
So it was just, it
Great
was
venue.
really a great place for us to move because we were in multiple buildings. A lot of them were storefronts at one point with residential above them or residential in the main street of downtown,
Right.
making it very difficult for people to get things done.
Yeah.
And go from building to building for what they needed to do. And as we're moving into here, this will get all of it into one spot. And
Well, it's a great building.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's a great way to.
And it'll keep it in active use, where
Yes.
you've got, folks coming in and out every day, which is also good for your foot traffic on the street outside. It then helps other things flourish around you.
right.
Well,
Yeah,
so
catalyst.
just one last question on that, this again, just because I'm a planning geek, but how has that been received here as far as the reverse angle parking? People revolt or
think anyone really
people?
mentioned
You're the
It
first
was
I've heard mentioned it.
Basically
I was gonna
inherited, so no one's, from what I can see,
Well,
has mentioned
so-
it.
They
So I
don't
think
have to parallel
largely
park
it's-
on Main Street.
It's
So that's,
part of the Ranson project,
Okay.
which was Fairfax
Fairfax.
Boulevard.
Right.
Right, and I'll say, slowly embraced, right?
Yeah.
But the longer it's there, the more
That's what
frequently you
happens,
see it
yeah.
used. It came with a lot of consternation and hesitancy, and, you took a road that was
Right.
double its width and
Mhm.
took it down to that, small, 12-foot lane and then, 12, 14 feet of parking on the left. So it's, slow to embrace it, but it gets used more and more and more.
I think the
So
roundabouts,
typically
we've heard-
run down Fairfax and Sunday morning, and there's a church right at the
Yeah.
corner, and that both sides of the road are full. And it's nice to see that.
Yeah.
Uh, and, as a runner or a bike, there's even a little bike lane. So I think what happens as a driver, you naturally tend to slow down oddly enough.
Oh, yeah.
Because
That's the point, yeah.
the vision is totally different.
and parking here for us, some of the things I've heard is we don't have to parallel park
Yeah.
on Main
Yeah.
Street. My wife will drive in circles so she can find a spot she can easily pull into.
Right. Yeah.
And others were, because this is where early voting was, they didn't get parking tickets.
Mm.
So yeah, that's what I've heard. I've not heard anything about the angle parking that other places have and this being better, but
Well,
that's part of what we've heard from people.
I just thought I'd note that, and congratulations. As far as I know, this is probably the only
only
town in
one.
the state that has that right now. We've tried it.
No one else has
Yeah.
back-end angle parking yet
Yeah.
in the state of West Virginia.
No matter how many studies you show them that say how much safer it is for bicycle and pedestrian interactivity between vehicles, it is so much safer. It reduces conflict points substantially, just like roundabouts reduce conflict points for pedestrians. And it doesn't matter how many studies you share,
Yeah.
it's hard to change the way you think about doing things.
so for like downtown areas, it's a major driver.
Yes, it's
Mhm.
huge
Yeah.
because part of the issue with even direct front end angle parking is you have blind spots for pedestrians. When you reverse angle in, you essentially reduce the blind spots for pedestrian and bike conflict points with vehicles. So, I mean, the percentage reduction of blind spot is enormous. Because when you back out of a parking space, you can't see because you've got cars on either side of you. So you're essentially blindly backing out. You could have a person walk out behind you immediately and you wouldn't have known they were doing that.
Mhm.
When you pull out at an angle forward, you have full peripheral view to your left. And because the vehicles next to you are also angled the same way, the back hatch of their vehicle is not preventing your line
Hmm.
of sight. Their
Mhm.
hood is what's in
makes
front of you. So you've
Yeah.
actually opened your entire line of sight. Whenever you think about being reverse angled into something, even just reverse parking reduces that as well. So it's something that, you know, when you're trying to look at a downtown where you have a lot of pedestrian movements, you've got people on bicycles, scooters, and then you've also got all different types of abilities to move around. So you've got people in, you know, wheelchairs and scooters and things like that. All of this reduces those conflict points and reduces pedestrian conflicts so much. And
Yeah.
it's amazing to see it implemented because really it's a safety issue.
It is.
More than just it's better parking and it helps with the congestion and it also helps, like you were saying, with the narrower lanes and then seeing the cars look different when you're driving naturally slows you down and makes you more focused on driving. The best part is that it simultaneously makes it safer for pedestrians.
It's also safer, and we'll get off this topic, but I do love it so much.
But
But
you're-
one of my last things to kind of throw into is it's safer whenever you're thinking about your children getting out of the back seat of the car. Now their doors are preventing them away from the road and towards the sidewalk. So it actually creates a barrier for them and they are directed to the sidewalk. Whereas if you're pulling in, they're directed towards the road and kids have a tendency to wander. And also my favorite thing to sell with this on a downtown is your trunk is now facing the sidewalk. So it's easier to load all the goods that you just bought in your downtown.
You're not doing it in the lane of traffic.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
not standing out in traffic.
You guys have thought about this a lot.
Wow.
We
Yeah.
We've really,
Very passionate about parking.
And the funny thing is, it's not unique to West Virginia. I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm out of our Orlando office and we've gotten it implemented in areas, even in small scales. We're like, what about just at the park? You know, can we just do it at the big regional park? Because there's so many children everywhere. There's so many moving things. Can we just get it implemented at this regional park? And if folks get used to using it there, then maybe we can translate it over here. You know, it's sometimes it's a
The
slow
big mistake
process.
is to try to implement it along a really busy main street downtown first. You
Mm.
try to find a smaller
Introduce it.
section
Yeah.
and then
Baby
try to
steps.
learn behavior and
Well, we do have multiple downtown areas
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
have major parking problems and street
Oh,
problems, so.
yeah.
I mean,
You
Harper's
can
Ferry,
also
Shepherdstown, Charlestown.
accommodate a lot more parking, like
Sure.
quantity.
You
get more
going
cars
angle
in.
Than
Yeah.
parallel.
so.
thought about it.
Especially when you're road dieting at the same time. Sorry, we get really into the
Yeah,
the
we
urban
really are.
planning term.
I warned you, you're with a bunch of planning geeks here and we, that's what we do. We think about this stuff and, I thought I'd bring that up because that's probably going to come up. I'm sure not probably will come up through these multiple, exercises today, especially when we get into talking about transportation. You're going to hear, a lot of us, bring up the subject of complete streets and how that works as well. And that roads aren't necessarily primarily just for cars. So public safety, how to make the retail environment more friendly, for bicycles, for pedestrians, so we'll get into that too, but I just thought I'd bring that up to sort of kick things off. So as I said, it's going to be a listening session. We're going to facilitate that, but we want everybody to roll their sleeves up. It's going to be very interactive and we'll go ahead and get started. Also, just realized I left my reading glasses back in my car at the hotel, so
We can help out a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
forgive me if,
But essentially, you know, what we have on the screen right now and everything that's on the screen is kind of translated down here since the screens are a little bit farther away, so you can see a little bit better. So the main points are on the placemat that we have. So that's helpful, but you know, our workshop purpose, we're trying to align your all's goals. We understand that we have a newer board with us, a lot of newer members. So it's understanding you all are about to create this next step, the plan that'll guide you for at least the next 5 to 10 years. So as new board members and trying to think about where you want to take this organization and what are your strategic goals that you want to move forward with, this is your opportunity to kind of create that vision. So with you all being so new to all of this, we just want to give you that opportunity to do this workshop so that you can kind of discuss amongst each other, like what are the internal goals of the organization? And then that'll help us whenever we take this all back, we synthesize this down and we will kind of develop a kind of an outline of your goals and your strategic priorities and the type of market sectors that you're looking at, that you're hoping to bring in or that you're wanting to focus in on as part of this organization, and be able to kind of give you that outline for the next steps to develop your full strategic plan that you will need to have to, again, guide you for the next 5 years. So this is what this really is intended to do. We're here to listen and document mainly today. So we want you all to talk as much as possible. And then we're just going to help kind of guide to make sure we get the information together so that we can provide you that framework.
We want a really laser focused scope to create a strategic plan that is actually going to be a benefit instead of a boilerplate. All could have hired a local college for that,
need to bring
that you
it.
would get a document that just was spit out and 3 other counties have the same thing. So we want you to get a benefit out of it. So let's get rolling and see how we're doing. Actually, we're right on schedule. So the first one, we can kind of go around the room, but we want to kind of get your thoughts on what you think the purpose of the Jefferson County Development Authority is. And then Laura and James, they can review the mission, the purpose, and the recent process, I guess, that you've just gone through. So I'll turn it over, Laura.
Right. So when the Jefferson County Development Authority was created under by the state legislature and then implemented by the county, these things that you see up on the screen and the things in the blue box on the left bottom of your placemat in front of you are what the authority's purpose was defined as. So these are essentially the 5 topics that are defined as the purpose of the Jefferson County Development Authority in those original enabling documents. So with that in mind and understanding what these things say, and you can take some time, I don't know, for those of you that have been on the board a long time, you've probably read these before, but those of you that are maybe newer to the board, the actual purpose of the JCDA may not be something that you've seen, because maybe you've seen the strategic plan from 2021 to 2025. But maybe you haven't looked back at like the original creation documents for what the purpose of the organization is. So sometimes when we're doing these kind of sessions, it helps to kind of look back at the purpose of creating the organization so that we can see where we've come from that original purpose and how things we're doing now still align with that purpose, or if they've, expanded that purpose, or if they've deviated too far outside. So when you look at what is defined as the purpose, you will see there's a lot here that talks about promoting, encouraging, stimulating, cooperating and acting in conjunction, and then to furnish certain things and certain types of assistance. So looking at those items, do any of those seem out of line with what you're currently feeling like your purpose is? Or do you feel like your purpose has evolved beyond any of these, or maybe has it regressed?
Yeah, I don't know if these have changed since 1979, but these, something that you would probably want to look at, see if there is something that needs refreshed. Are you all doing what your original purpose intent was? Or, is there something that we need to look at as part of the strategic plan where we're kind of redefining some of this for you?
Times things change. Times change.
Yeah, I think for me, a lot of what's listed here are what I would consider traditional development authority roles. What I feel like I see often as the missing piece, and I think where the development authority could help the most at times, is just being a convener, a broker, right? I mean, we've got a diverse group of individuals from throughout our community that have a lot of connections. And I think sometimes we are uniquely positioned to kind of put the pieces together to help somebody put their own puzzle together. And yes, we can be the finance tool. We can be the recruiter. We can do all those traditional roles, but I think the emerging role for me is that we've got to be that connection piece that helps a business owner that's existing, or a potential business that wants to relocate here or locate here, put the pieces together to thrive in our community.
Okay.
Kind of like being a deal maker or a facilitator to an extent where you're kind of helping
Yeah,
move the
yeah.
pieces.
I think as our political climate continues to be as fractured as it is, there's often, I think, a one-dimensional view of each respective agency, right? When you sit in these entity meetings, right, they're looking at it in a very one-dimensional way, and they're not looking at the collective of what a business goes through to locate here. They're concerned about their piece, which in many cases are important pieces, but they're not the total picture, and it's not what it takes to really help a business succeed. And I think grow an environment where, businesses can be kind of given that helping hand up.
So I like the idea of connection and unifying, the community and the businesses together out of that. Do you feel that businesses or anyone, like, they know how to reach out to you? Do you feel like they know that you all can do that for them?
No.
Yeah.
I don't
We're
think so.
missing maybe a marketing piece that letting them know that you all would be that, because you all have those connections for them to kind of help them along the way to starting a business here, but maybe we're not getting the word out right now that you all are that entity that they should reach out to.
I mean, coming from the business side, I think that, I had no idea, but like, it's kind of like an engine, the way that our, government works or locally here. So you have like Board of Zoning and Appeals, the Health Department, everything like that. This can kind of be like the oil that helps everything to lubricate, to help things move, but we don't know it's a resource.
So when you were looking at opening businesses or a business, you didn't really know
No, I
what
mean,
your first stop was.
no. So I mean, when you sign up like with the Secretary of State, you have like SCORE, that they're a resource. You have the Secretary of State as a
Sure.
resource, but there's nothing really like locally that says, hey, the JCDA can help and
Okay,
move things along. And
Mhm.
there are a lot of not litigious, but a lot of just pieces that are, I mean, there's a lot of zoning, there's a lot of different things to get through, and it is very confusing as a new business owner. So
right.
So your first act is to go to,
To register your business with the
yeah,
state.
so
Yes.
should you all be at that point, like, they're like talking to them so that they know that they should direct any business that is looking to start here? Like, you all are, like the Secretary of State is saying, like, okay, you need to talk to them. Like, they need to direct people to you.
I don't
I
know.
don't think a need necessarily, but as a resource.
It would be helpful if businesses knew that you all were here at
Yeah.
that stage, probably.
Yeah, but I think, the Secretary of State's process is just very sanitary, right? It
Mhm.
doesn't offer an opportunity to have that kind of engagement.
Right.
Right? So I think that becomes often the roadblock there.
Do you have to determine your business location at that time when you register with the state? Like, do you have to tell them where it's going to be? Or is it just,
I mean, you have to put your home of record
Yeah.
address. But I guess you don't really need to, because you could be servicing different
Right.
areas.
that's just establishing your business with this, that you're going to operate a business in the state?
Correct.
And getting your fictitious name squared away and all of
Correct,
those
right,
things,
right.
correct?
I-
And then you go to your city or county that you're in to start saying, I need a business license, or is the zoning okay for me to do
Mhm.
this here and there?
And to kind of piggyback off of what he has said, I feel like we are reactive. So like people, when there's like a problem, then they're like, all right, now the JCDA is involved, and it's kind of got a negative connotation. So it's like, we are like getting tomatoes thrown at us almost. And I would like to spin it in a more positive direction where like, hey, come to us before this becomes a problem.
And we might be able to
Because,
avoid the problem.
yeah,
Mhm.
there's a lot of, I would say, volatility, and it would be nice to spin the narrative a little bit in a more positive direction.
Maybe something that in planning and zoning, one of the things that we had talked about is a checklist of how to get your project going.
Yeah.
Putting us on that.
Yeah.
And that way people knew that was a resource from the very early stages.
Mhm.
That may help.
So that's through the county, the planning and zoning. Yeah.
And not everybody or every business owner starts at the same spot, right? I think
Mhm.
sometimes, first of all, they don't know who to call, right? I mean,
Right.
we field calls, at the municipal level and at the county.
Well, the
fields
chamber
calls.
gets them too.
Chamber gets
Yes.
I was gonna ask you.
Yes. And in fact, last week I happened to answer the phone and there was a person who wants to start a business in Harpers Ferry. And he said, so I really didn't have any idea. I just looked for the chamber because I figured they would know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it,
So,
so they may go to the, so if you're starting a business, I mean, if you try to put your, I don't know this stuff hat on and put your, gonna start a new business and I think I want to locate it in Harpers Ferry, for example. if the first place they went was either to the city's website or to the chamber, if, there's information readily available there that's like, looking to bring your business to Harper's
Yes,
Ferry.
Yes. yeah.
Here's the primary folks you want to be in touch with. And Harper's Ferry could link back to the chamber as well as JCDA, but the chamber can then have JCDA saying, hey, these are the folks to help you with this.
Yeah.
Reach out to them and they can help guide you through the process and understand sort of the steps you need to take, the folks you need to talk to. And they can also talk to you about facilities and available spaces
Yes.
and things like
That's-
that.
Yeah, and that has been a long conversation that many of our executive directors with the Development Authority and I have had too, to be able to answer a question. Because if you're excited about starting a business and you call and they call the chamber and say, so we're going to start a business and we need to know what we need to do first. So the first thing that I know for sure, they need to talk to the Secretary of State. After that, so where you want to go? Well, Harper's Ferry. I said, well, and you probably need to talk to the municipality. Well, sometimes they will call and then they'll call back and say, okay, nobody's answering. And they just said, you have to do this or that. And I still don't know what to do. And then we're at a loss because we don't know. And I don't like to run people around the barn. I like to take them through it. And I feel very like, oh my gosh, I don't want to burst their bubble. Many years ago, we kind of did, the county did, because they got the business got to run around. Finally said, you know what? I'm done. I'm just going to Berkeley County. And I was like, whoa, 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 don't do that. Don't do that. But I really would love, and I don't know how it could be done, to have the one-stop shop on our website, on the Development Authority's website, somebody's website, to say, yes, if you are interested in starting a business in, I don't know, Harper's Ferry or Charlestown or Ranson, this is the person, even if this is the person you need to go to or to talk to get them started, to keep the ball rolling instead of
Right.
dropping the ball and they get frustrated and they're thinking, okay, they don't really want me here. So if you can figure out a way to get all that done, I would love that.
So that sounds like a really good goal for the strategic plan, is to build sort of almost like checklist for businesses.
Yeah.
But you could always even look at it like it's almost, I think of like choose your own adventure. So it's like, okay, I want to open a business.
Choose your own
Yes.
adventure. It's, yeah.
Where do you
that's a
want to
good
open a
one.
business? And it's like, okay, it's Harper's Ferry. Okay, well, these are now the branch that you need to go through.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Yes.
so, or if it's, in Charlestown, this is the branch that would be helpful. Or if it's in the county itself.
I know, and there's so many different factors, I know, and everybody has a different situation, so I know it's hard to say this is for everybody, because I know it's not, but it's just hard to get something established for somebody to keep the ball rolling instead of saying, oh yeah, once you get Secretary of State, you're in, and then like, okay, now. what do I do?
But then I think there's a whole other lane that I see getting missed a lot right now, right? And I think a lot of this conversation lends itself to the smaller business, right? There's
Mhm.
probably a whole category of people also that don't start in any of these places, but they've gone to their banker first,
Well, right,
right?
yeah, and how's
To
the
figure
bank
out
now?
how that's gonna work.
Yeah,
But the other lane that I see, and I see this has happened to, bigger business, especially in this community right now, is, they'll have the most well-qualified folks in the world representing them from places, no offense, like Orlando or like Huntington or Charleston or like any of these places, and they don't understand the softer pieces of our community, the controversial pieces. And
Right.
so I've often thought maybe it's less of a checklist and it's more of a liaison sort of person that helps guide them, not only through the more technical, application process, but you've got to understand the politics here to get some of the entitlements,
oh, yeah.
permits, permissions, and that has
Sure.
proven pretty challenging for a
Yeah.
number of entities
It
here in the last
definitely
handful of
has.
years.
That would be wonderful if every town had a liaison that you could call and say, call Todd Wilt and he will help you walk you through Ranson. And I know that'd probably be adding on another person or adding on another job description to somebody, but wouldn't that be nice for a business to be able to go to one person and then that person will direct them and help
Mhm.
them,
Well,
guide them?
That's common. I mean, you could call it a coordinator, a business, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's,
So is that so does the JCDA become the filtering system for that? where.
But we have to be educated for that.
Right, so I mean.
And that's the problem.
So the role of the JCDA in that mix of, we've got now getting businesses to the coordinators or the liaisons at each jurisdiction, whether that's the county or the municipalities. How do we sort of not just guide everybody to that liaison, but understand that certain folks need that liaison and certain folks may not? Smaller businesses that are just looking to open and they're looking for location where there may be available space, or are just looking to get a confirmation that they can do retail here or office there or industrial there. Those folks may not need those softer components like you were talking about to understand the
Politics.
potential for community feedback or reaction to things. Those folks need that sort of 101 for the community. They need to understand that. Whereas some of the other folks, they do just need what are my steps? Where do I start? And how do I get my door open? How do I get it so that I now have business hours posted somewhere? And then, but these larger business and folks that are coming with consultants that are leading the show for them, especially some of these larger companies, how do we get them to you or to that coordinator at each place without that person just being inundated with calls from everyone? Does the JCDA serve a role there, or is it more just the resources of connecting the dots? Do they become a de facto sort of clearinghouse for those? So they can say, okay, well, yeah, your project that sounds great. It sounds wonderful. It certainly sounds like something that we'd like to see in Jefferson County. Here's who you need to talk to because there's going to be some complexity to this. It's not just going to be check these boxes, file these applications, and pay these document stamps, and you're good to go. There's going to be some massaging that has to happen here. We're going to need to get some entitlements in place. This is now going to be your liaison at that jurisdiction. Then GCDA works with that liaison as well to say, hey, I've already talked to this person. Here's what I know about their stuff. I've vetted some of it to make sure that you're not spinning your wheels.
Well, I thought the Development Authority with larger businesses, that was their job.
That's what I'm wondering.
I
Do
mean,
they
if
serve that
are the-
capacity
Yeah,
there?
they go out, seek the large businesses, or large businesses comes to the Jefferson Development Authority, then they should know who to send them to, how to send them to them, whatever.
Right.
The smaller businesses, like the person that I talked to was a clock maker. He makes clocks and he repairs clocks, and he wanted to open up a business in Harper's Ferry. And he was looking for a place to do it downtown or on the side street or whatever, and just want to know how he could do it. And he was very passionate about it. He's retired, and I heard the whole story of what he had for breakfast, and it was all wonderful. And he was so excited. And then I'm thinking, this man is so excited, and whether it happens or it doesn't happen, we don't want to burst his bubble. So that was, and I said, Mr. Secretary of State, call Harper's Ferry. And if you don't get an answer, call me back and I'll try to see if I can help you some other way. So I think that the liaison person or whatever would be with smaller businesses trying, but my opinion was that the Development Authority was the one who took the big businesses, the big box cars that want to come in, because I would think that the big businesses would go to the Development Authority first. I don't think the big businesses are going to come to the chamber and say, hey, I'm looking for a spot or whatever. That's,
And I
Right.
think that's all good, right? But for
Yeah.
me, one of the issues that I think we have a little less control of as this board and this group is stability, right? Having, staff that has the institutional knowledge
well, yeah,
and the tenure to
Yeah,
understand
yeah.
the community, and that's maybe tougher in the current political environment than we'd like it to be, but it is, I think, the reality. And so can we at least attempt to build systems or strategies that help us overcome the reality that could be, a little more frequent transition or turnover? I don't know at this point.
Doesn't the SBA, or the SBDC also do some of this that we're kind of talking about?
Yeah, and at one time, I think they were located in Martinsburg, and there was a couple of disconnections there because that's where we would send them.
Right. Because I
And
mean,
then they
I
would
know-
call back and say, they didn't answer my
Oh.
question and this and that. So now what do we do? And it's kind of like,
They're
well,
more on the business planning
Okay.
side that we.
Yeah.
Rather than kind of all the legal and local municipal road.
Okay.
I would offer also some other thoughts in the basket of discussion this morning, and come maybe from a different angle. And I would start with the question of sustainability relative to how can we sustain the ongoing mission of JCDA. And I say that because we do have staffing, so we have the advantage, those with tenure know. And when you know, you can pivot much easily rather than coming up the learning curve, but also sustainability from the financial standpoint.
Also, I'm
Which is-
glad you brought that because
which
that was
is-
going to be the next thing I wanted to
which
lead
is
you all
critical.
into.
So I see sustainability as a conversation that we have to put on a regular basis, because we will then pass this organization to future appointees. And I think our board here is like a wonderful piece of pizza. Each slice has a different flavor to it. And so you really get all the perspectives which we need as part of growth for our county.
That's a
So
great cross section.
I'd put it as item one. Item two, we've spoken about, partnership. I think that if there's one thing that the JCDA could embrace and frankly be neutral about, is the partnership with the whole area, municipalities, other entities. So for instance, I had to recuse myself on an initiative relative to water sewer that came up because I have a business relationship with the client. But my attempt was to reach out to various other organizations in the county. And it was like, I was Lucifer. It was
sure you
like,
were.
I ain't talking to you.
Mhm.
You did something. I said, I didn't do anything because I'm a country banker and I just tell you yes or no. You get the loan or you don't get the loan. I'm not involved in any other dynamics. But what I did discover is when I sat down with the people who didn't want to speak, they actually did want to speak. So when I come to partnership question is, how can the JCDA be that kind of gravitational force to bring the opposites together? Because surprisingly, there is an opportunity for conversation. And so when I was talking to two individuals and I explained to them the project and the yeses and the nos, math is 1 + 1 = 2. It doesn't equal anything else. And they sat back and you could see the wheels moving in their heads. Oh, well, maybe we need to talk. Well, I don't have the votes for this. And I said, well, it's about education as well. So partnership, I think, is critical with entities, the cities, the school board, everybody needs to, even though there's not representation. Can the JCDA, like we adopt a highway, can we adopt a constituency so that we bring together? And then finally, I think the important thing, I don't feel that, or at least the feedback that's given to me when I'm in the market, I don't feel that the JCDA has the credibility and the gravitas. I think I can engage people for conversations, but they bring up the past. And I say, I cannot change history.
Is that because of the turnover or?
Just because, as
No.
Todd said, there's a lot of dynamics. So I
Yeah.
try to be a laser and go through the fog and just say, look, I can't change history, but tell me what we could do in the future, because it's about the future that we need to stay focused on. So if I look at those three maybe softer elements, I don't want to lose it that we need to have $1 million loan. That's just as important, but the softer elements, in my opinion, cannot be forgotten.
Well, and I'll say as
I
we
agree.
get into the next actual need of developing this plan, we'll have at least one more larger workshop where there'll be the opportunity to bring this cross section in. And I will tell you just from experience that just people being involved and thinking they're part of the process, because they are, goes a long way. So there'll be some consensus building even during this process as we start to talk about other stakeholders.
And that's excellent, because then I'm envisioning kind of like a talking book or sheet
Mhm.
that when we're out there, everybody, this is what we all agreed to.
Yes.
Now, it may change, it may evolve, and we should evolve and change it as the dynamics present themselves.
Yeah.
But that creates a common bond.
It
That
does.
creates a common discussion so that when I go to the town of Bolivar and, the mayor says, I want X, I said, well, mayor, we agreed to A. Why are you over here on X?
Right.
And so you kind of, everybody can play their role to be guardrails towards the future rather than exit ramps.
Yeah, that's,
So that process, those are all great points, and that process will begin actually during this, as we bring people in and they become involved in the creation of this plan, so.
And we are gonna, one of the things I was gonna ask you, we may just wait and elaborate on it later because after lunch, we're gonna come back and we're gonna talk about some of the challenges that the JCDA faces and things like that. But something you said really struck me that that the JCDA may not have the credibility or the gravitas or the recognition amongst the business community that it once had, or that maybe the relationships have been either fractured or weakened between the JCDA and the municipalities and jurisdictions. And we can dive in a little bit more on what the challenges are that you're facing there, but are there specific issues other than, I understand there's been some turnover and the board's been reseated now and things are progressing forward. Are there specific things that have happened that we need to be thoughtful of in terms of how you're going forward as a strategic plan development to try to avoid some of these missteps of the past maybe, or to try to rectify?
Lessons learned.
I don't think it's a misstep. My perch on my tree is 9 months, so trust me, that's a nanosecond. But I think that it was necessary to evolve. And humans do not like change. It is statistically proven they detest it. And I think this change created a lot of resentment relative to why was I not chosen? Why am I not in the room? Why am I not at the table? And that you can never solve. So I don't even want to spend calories down that. But what I can spend calories on is engaging people who are not on the board and tell them, look, I'm your representative. Tell me what your points of friction are and how I can make a change because I need your help. You may not be at the table, but I still need you because I can't live in my little bubble. So the credibility comes from we're in a transition mode where we have maybe assembled a very broad section of views as compared to maybe before, but I don't know what before was. But what I find here is that when I interact with fellow board members, we all seem to have a very interesting, we get to the same point, but it's a different road with a unified vision, which I like very much. And I would just say going forward, the lesson learned, I think, is if our journey here is to identify high-level objectives, to bring in constituencies to arrive at a plan that at the end of the day has KPIs, because I am, as you are passionate about urban planning, banker without goals ain't a banker. So I want goals. I want measurements. I want to know where I am every quarter. I want to know where I am every year. And that to me is the biggest lesson learned in terms of outcome, because that creates uniformity. That creates the opportunity to say, how, Raymond, you didn't meet your goal of, introducing ABC. What's going on? It's an opportunity to have a dialogue. I see that as how we can be different in the future.
And this plan, this is why we want to start this way, because this plan is going to result in short, medium, and long-range goals with metrics. So you are going to be able to track your progress over time. And then when it's time to renew it or update it, you kind of go back and see how you did and then make those adjustments. So
Two big issues that I think we probably need to say, right? And we just need to be comfortable saying them out loud, right? 5 years ago, 7 years ago, large industrial development or industrial manufacturer called Rockwool came into our company. That played out however it played out, and the dismay of a group in our community that got very loud, very vocal. And ultimately, one of the collateral pieces of damage of that project was that the entirety or nearly the entirety of the JCDA board at that moment resigned. That created a lot of turbidity around the JCDA, their role in our community, and the impact that they had.
How long ago was that again?
I don't know.
7 years ago,
It was something like
2017,
this.
I think
Yeah,
was
it
the
was
era.
something
Yeah, I
like
believe that
that.
was
8 years ago.
Horrible.
Hey, yeah, how time flies. In the years that followed that, this is my personal perspective on all these issues. This is not the official position of the board. I don't think the JCDA was seen as overly effective. A lot of the priorities that seemed to be pursued or were willing to be pursued by that group that did take on that challenge were what I would describe as generally low impact, right? I don't know that there are any hallmark wins, and there are some members that were part of that. So I'm not saying that to diminish the work that those folks did or the contributions that they made, but I can't say I can name any hallmark actions of the board in the years that followed. More recently, and this is not directed at Commissioner Moody, or Moody is only one member of a 5-member board, but I think the county commission and its current political alignment grew frustrated with the current JCD or the board at that time, the JCDA board at that time, wasn't happy with its alignment, its priorities, and its trajectory. And so the county commission, near the end of the last fiscal year, so this would have been last April or so, March, April, in that time frame, disbanded the entirety of the JCDA board, rewrote or recreated it kind of with new appointments, got rid of, there were like seats that represented municipalities and the Chamber of Commerce and the Board of Education and all these different entities. They rewrote it, restructured it just to be an 11-member board with 3-year terms that were just appointments from the community. They were not tied to any specific entity, organization, or seat. And they reconstituted the board, and that is this board. You've got 6 members here today of an 11-member board. And I think that grew some distrust, especially from those that weren't chosen to be on this board, that felt they were making an impact, that felt committed to the plan and the priorities that they had, chosen. And so those 2 issues, I think, are the biggest fundamental kind of earthquakes that happened to this board that grows this perceived lack of
You don't
trust.
recover from that overnight.
Right,
Oh,
right. These
no.
things take years to recover from.
And social media has not been our friend. I mean, social
Correct.
media is not anybody's friend at this point in time. I mean, other than to say, the family members. The family members, it's wonderful, but that social media to me is a place where I can tell you just what I think about you, but to your face, I think you're wonderful.
Yeah.
So I think that's the way social media is now playing out, that this is the place where I can tell you how awful you are,
Yeah.
but I would never tell you in front of you.
Yeah, to that point, I mean, and I say this a lot now in a lot of my conversations, there is a lot of talking at government, and I consider this a government, but there's not much talking with government,
Yeah.
right? There's a
Yeah.
real lack of collaboration,
Mhm.
but whether it's social media or in our public comment periods, boy,
Well, yeah.
they are going to show up and they're going to tell us how they feel.
Yeah.
And there's no dialogue, though. It's only a one-sided
Yeah.
kind of position,
Yeah.
and it's tough. It's
And
tough to be
it's
collaborative
anonymous,
and make
yeah.
progress.
Because it's anonymous.
Yeah, yeah. Or it's either anonymous
Oftentimes.
or it's, muted. I don't know whether this is right or wrong, but, a lot of governments choose not to engage in public comment,
Mm.
Right.
right? That's fine, but it is what has helped create this one-sided conversation that doesn't lead to collaboration. It doesn't lead to, everybody feeling like they contributed as part of the decision. I don't know the solution to that, but it's kind of what I see as one of the many issues that we face.
Well,
So with the 11 members, so you had 11 members, they pulled the whole board and they
We
reseated
had
the new
more
board.
than 11.
No, it was more.
Oh, you
than-
have,
Yeah,
sorry, you had
it was-
like
it was
15 or
20.
something.
Yeah.
They did it all right.
16,
Wow.
There's
Yeah.
17,
And
I
so
believe.
Yeah.
they
more.
reconstituted your board and you now have these 11 members that you have on your board now. When that process occurred, so each of you, did you submit an application or a letter of interest for serving on the board?
Yeah.
And was
And an
there,
interview.
and an interview?
yeah,
Interview,
in front of
So
the
everyone
commission.
did that, right? So is there frustration for the folks that maybe would have liked to have been at the table and given a seat on the board? Is there frustration with those who were selected, or is it with the folks who did the selecting? Because the county commission
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
appoints, or is it everybody,
Yeah.
everybody's,
Yes.
Yes.
everybody's
Yeah,
fair game?
The
Yeah.
the commissioners took the brunt of
With-
of that
Yeah.
decision.
I made the motion to do it, so I took a lot of the brunt to do it, over what happened. And the vision that I had, as well as the other commissioners, was that the board was unbalanced and it was being used to stop growth instead of expand growth. And that's what ultimately caused the change of it. And as we all kind of started going out, talking to people and trying to ping different people to show interest and apply, this is what we got. People from all different aspects of business, which is what we wanted.
You wanted a more diverse
We
board
wanted
with lots of
much more
perspectives.
diverse, correct.
And it was also how it happened, being one of the people that it happened to. I mean, we had no idea that this was
No.
happening, and all of a sudden, I got a text message, did you just see what the county commission did? And I was like, No. And so sure enough, I hop online and that's when they voted to
Done.
disband the whole board. And it was like no warning, no nothing, no notice afterwards. I mean, nobody reached out to say, oh, by the way, hey, this was done. I mean, it was just crickets. So it was just doing it is one thing, but how it was done was kind of a whole nother level.
Bring
And
it
and I think we believed it needed to be a quick, it could have been maybe better communication after to those who were on the board. But the board believed that, that it needed to be quick. And just go ahead and wipe it out and let's get started over because it just wasn't doing what it should be doing.
The Band-Aid approach,
What's that?
the Band-Aid approach.
Correct.
And in fairness, right, I think the county commission itself had gone through a pretty tumultuous period.
Oh,
right? And
absolutely.
We don't have to go through that and play that history out, but there hasn't exactly been stability there either.
No, there's not.
And I
The
think
4 year
that
5
was-
commissioners are new.
Yeah.
So you're,
Is the relationship between the commission and the JCDA healthy right now?
I think so.
I would describe it as extremely healthy
Yeah.
right now.
So does,
And
Has-
maybe, and I'm sorry to.
no, go ahead.
And maybe that is one thing that comes at the ire of those that didn't get selected.
Yeah.
They feel
Yes.
that many of us are plants,
Yes.
right? Or rubber stamps for
Yeah.
whatever the commission
Yeah.
wants to do. Now,
And
I would
therein
dispute
lies-
that, but that.
Yeah.
Therein lies the credibility. Because
Right.
I think if we amplify the neutralness, i.e. neutral being development, which doesn't have any alignment because it's the development for everybody. Development of small businesses, development of citizenry, development of all kinds of stuff. And so there is that connection and all these antecedents, let's just call it experiences, are in our wheelbarrow.
Mm-hmm.
So are there has the JCDA ever had committees?
Yes.
Separate from the board? Have y'all
Yes.
historically had
Yes.
community,
that was a
like community
disaster.
committees
That's a
or
great-
or
What'd
advisory
you call it?
committees?
That was a disaster.
yes, that was it.
Right.
I think it's what led to the desire to disband the former board.
Absolutely.
They
Yes,
felt there were
yes.
too many committees.
Yes.
And those committees were kind of running in all different
Yeah.
directions with no alignment.
No alignment and they really weren't getting anything done.
Yeah.
No.
And so
So it's
one of
fractured.
the,
Yeah.
and I don't know that it's written anywhere other than in minutes, but in reconstituting this board, one of the comments that was made and kind of things that was laid out there is we want to see not many committees.
Correct.
And I think
yes.
it might even be in the revised bylaws now that we'll use committees in a very select.
I believe so,
Yeah.
yes.
So,
So that was one of the complicating factors previously was there were committees and the committees, were they all made up of board members or were these?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's kind of what I'm wondering is, have there ever been committees within the JCDA where maybe a board
Because there
member,
was a
We had
couple.
other
that were
members
public.
from
There
the
was other public-
community
yeah.
that served on those committees.
or maybe you
Yeah.
have like a board member that's
Yeah.
the head of a committee, but then they allow, or they bring in members from the public that they think would help guide a specific focus. Have y'all ever done that type of?
Yes, there, I mean, the
Mhm.
committee members were not made up just of board members because otherwise everybody would have been on, 6 committees and everybody had 1 or 2 committees, I think it was.
Mhm.
It was a
And then
combination.
it had other members from the community on those committees.
But it led from committee to committee, because if you were chair of that committee, then the chairs all met and then the committee had to meet and sometimes you wouldn't get a quorum. You wouldn't just be 1 or 2
Yeah.
people and
To get anything done.
it was, yeah, like, okay.
But
It was a
your,
lot.
your restated sort of purpose within the board and after y'all were reseated as this new 11-member board, the focus now is if you were going to use these types of committees going forward, they would be in a limited capacity and with limited focus or narrow
Mhm.
focus, correct?
Ad hoc.
Mhm.
With an expiration date.
Right, so
Yeah.
like for
Yeah.
specific purpose, not just
Adjunct.
a citizen advisory committee forever and
Right.
ever and ever in perpetuity, but
Right.
instead,
Mhm.
maybe a resource and information
We had a
assembly.
government efficiency committee up
Yeah.
there, back in April, I think, and they ended up not
Which-
meeting due to other things, but
Yeah, not
They
going.
were-
when we
very efficient.
appointed it, it had a specific expiration date to it.
Which makes a lot of sense actually
Mm.
to say, okay, well, we're going to be the board and we're going to do what the board's responsibility is to do. But, when you have a specific task that you want to take on that you feel like outside input would be valuable on, you could still have the ability to create these very limited focus or narrow focus and limited timeline committees using members from the public, business owners, stuff like that, or community stakeholders in general.
What set the expiration date? Was it like just a physical date or was it once the goal was met?
In that
date.
particular instance, it was just a fixed date.
To Moonlight.
Yeah,
So
we're going to get
whether or
this
not-
done by December 31st and the committee's going to get it done by December
And
31st.
in that single instance, right, that committee never met a
No,
single time.
yeah.
and didn't end up doing what it was intended to do at the onset. And for a variety of reasons, I don't think it's necessarily the fault of those that were part of it, but it just never happened.
Yeah, sometimes they're productive and sometimes
There's-
they're less than productive.
There's also I think, in certain communities, a persona of the JCDA having personal interests in different things, because the stuff that I hear, I get Facebook messages and stuff, and I'm new to the board and I'm pretty neutral, I would say. And I still get messages from people thinking that I have an interest in what the results are, which I don't think could be any farther than the truth. So it would be nice to have some sort of transparency of the board, because we obviously are here for the same reason. And a lot of people, or the public in certain, I would say, areas, think that there's we're getting our pockets lined from it, which could not be further than the truth.
And I do see that universally. I think that is a current
Just everywhere.
theme and trend amongst communities. It's really not specific to what y'all are facing.
Okay.
I can tell you, I've sat on my county's planning and zoning board for 11 years. I'm currently the chairperson of it. I'm a consultant. I work in Orlando. My husband's a fireman and a nurse practitioner. And for some reason, every time a project gets approved through my board, everybody's like, oh yeah, how much money did you make on that? I'm like, my records have to be disclosed. I just live here, okay?
Right.
I just try to help out and be somebody who has, the background and a little bit of professional experience to
Well, you
maybe
do-
add value to this board, but I'm under the same scrutiny. So I think it's this larger perception that nobody serves out of any type of community-driven purpose, that you're in it for something.
Do bring
But-
up that point that I would put under the sustainability apart from the financial, but I would ask ourselves, who is going to come in our footsteps if you get the rotten tomatoes thrown at you all the time? Because my laundry bill is going to be pretty high because we do get a lot of pushback. So I think from a sustainability perspective, future board members, future appointees, how can we attract them once
Yeah.
we decide to exit for whatever reason? I'm down in Key West or I'm at the golf course.
Right.
I think that's very important.
A good
Who
point.
next in our steps? What are the skills that we want to bring on board? And then thirdly, how do we train them? Because
Mhm.
I truly, I'm a kindergartner compared to my fellow board members. I know like this much. And so I'm trying to drink. So can we create an environment where folks can be trained next level? And how do we do that? And that all fits in my mind to sustainability, Dave.
Let me just jump in.
Wait, hold on just a second, Dave. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, but you talked about scrutiny and reports and everything else. I mean, I know probably the county commission, you have to fill out your reports every year, school board, we have to do it. We've never done that with this board. We're not responsible for,
Y'all don't have to do any
reporting any-
financial
Mm-mm.
disclosures or anything like that.
no.
Is that because the state doesn't mandate that this type of organization does so? Or is it just, is that not, does that mandate come from the state for you and for you?
Yes.
Correct.
But it doesn't extend down to entities created by like a
No.
county, like the.
I guess
development
not.
authority?
Not that
We've
I'm aware
never
of, no.
had any
I mean, that might be a
disclosures
question
at
for
all.
legal too. I don't
Those two
know.
roles are elected. I don't believe it applies to all elected officials, but many elected officials, but we are appointed, not elected. And I think
Yeah.
there is
Mhm.
one.
And every state's different in that regard. Like for, I'm an appointed official in where I am, but our financial disclosure is different. The elected officials have like the 12-page form and I get the 5-page form or whatever. But if that's a question, maybe do each of you have, robust bios on the JCDA's website that talk about what you do for a living outside of being on the authority? I mean, that might be a good way to,
Certainly
because
help.
just to kind of get it out there that this isn't, my job isn't being a member of the JCDA. This is something I do as
Sure.
in a volunteer capacity, something I try to do to help my community. I'm just
Right.
trying to be a person that helps make things happen and, reminding folks that you all have day jobs outside of this, might kind of facilitate some of that trust or respect starting to flow back in if perceptions have been otherwise in the past. But, communication is big. And I think that's one of the things, even when you were talking about how the former board was disbanded, will build a lot of trust and help build those relationships. So the more and more, and it sounds like the county's commissioners are already in a better relationship with the board now than they have been in the past. So that's good. They all were able to overcome some of these things.
You mentioned the website. I will say, I think I have at least been part of a couple of discussions of serious consideration of a rebranding. It's been a while since we've done that. I know I had talked with, I think, the former director about that a little bit. But that may be a tangible goal that kind of comes out of this
Yeah.
exercise as an official recommendation to do that.
So, just to keep us on track, we were gonna have a group activity, here, scheduled to start at
Yeah.
10. A lot of this stuff though, that we're talking about now was what we were going to talk about at the group activity. So, we can either, and it's a small enough group, we can do that here, or we can just keep going because these are kind of things that we had
Why don't
scheduled to
we-
talk about in this as well.
Are we at our slides at the moment?
So Laura, I don't know how you want
Well,
to,
what I was going to point to is, what we're doing right now, one of the things we haven't really talked about much is your prior strategic plan.
yeah, we've talked about lessons learned and that was one of.
And
the-
that was one of the things, but your strategic plan that went from 2021 to 2025, for example, what's up on the screen right now is the process that went through. You can, just looking at the dates, you see that strategic plan was done over the course of 10 months. It started in January and they finished it in October. It involved a lot of community activities, a lot of community input, a lot of engagement. So where we are, if you were to take that process that was done before and kind of put where we are today in that process, we're essentially sort of at the halfway mark because a lot of those first months of that process that was done for your last strategic plan, a lot of that was sort of fact finding and foundational information. And so this workshop that we're doing today would have fallen somewhere in the middle of that, if that helps you kind of put a scale onto moving towards creation of a strategic plan. And so we wanted to kind of share that with you just to give you a feel for what that process was, because it was a very comprehensive process that was done back in 2020, whenever y'all did your first one. And I understand it was probably very complex because that was whenever there's a lot of other things going on. So I imagine it drew out a bit because things had to be done in a different way during that time.
Well, I don't think anybody is on the board. It
Yeah.
was then. Oh, you were on the board.
Mhm.
All right, so, okay.
So I'm sure that was a very different process
Okay.
than, and it may, some of it may have been less productive simply because it had to be done in different formats that were maybe a little bit less interactive or
During COVID, too.
engaging. Yeah,
Oh.
because it was done through 2020. It was
Yep,
January
everyone's
to
learning
October. This
Oh,
was.
gosh, yeah, 2020 was.
Is that Dennis Jarvis?
Yes. In thinking about sort of what that was going to be our breakout group that we were going to do was thinking about, okay, well, we've talked about the lessons learned, and I think those are important because we have to kind of think about what that means for y'all for the future. But where we really want to get into now is how does your prior strategic plan, how does that kind of align with this purpose that you have? Did it align with it? Was there stuff that was in there that was kind of a little bit outside of the purpose of the JCDA? So these were the values that were identified within that.
This is goals. I
It-
probably copy pasted.
That's the, that's goals.
Yep.
But the values were excellence, teamwork, integrity, inclusion, and sustainability. Those values are almost exactly what y'all have talked about here
Mhm.
today. You've talked about inclusion, making sure that folks feel like they have a voice at the table, even if that means it's coming through one of you. We've talked about sustainability and how important it is to be able to have some sort of continuity and continuation. You've talked about integrity, needing to really foster and harness respect and trust from the community. And we've talked about the board, coming together in this new team with the county and being more interactive and engaging with each other. But striving for excellence seems like the value that y'all are still saying, that's where we want to go. We want the JCDA to have a very specific focus and be really the go-to authority on a lot of things so that you can help shepherd people through a process. So the values seem to still align pretty closely with what you've all talked about today and along with your purpose. Do any of those, for you all as a group, do you see something there in the description of those that jumps away or pulls you to say, maybe we need to think a little bit more about this or that? And we can separate into groups if you like, because there's 6 of you, so it makes it really easy. We can do 3 and 3. Or if you would like to just work as a group as the 6 of you, it's really up to you.
Kind of like the group.
Yeah, like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we're small enough and this
Yeah.
is a really good conversation. So I think you all are up for it. We'll just keep going here. as a-
Yeah.
Before we move too far along, can I just make one comment about the
Yes,
purpose?
of course.
As you said, this seems like something written in 1979 that could be
It
dropped
was.
anywhere in any community. And this does not reflect, the heart and soul of Jefferson County. So I don't know how we can incorporate our personality into the purpose, but that's something that I would like to see happen.
We would too, and that's why we have it on here because we
Yeah.
think that,
So your purpose, you're right. When I read it,
Yeah.
I think I told James, I said that could be anywhere.
Mhm.
And I'm sure that that was probably by design. It was intentionally broad
Mhm.
and all encompassing so that the authority could serve in a lot of different ways or become a tool for a lot of different things. And in 1979, when it was created, there was probably less direction in terms of what its exact role would be. So they left it very broad and open. The way that you can refine that, short of going back and updating your enabling legislation, would be through your mission and your vision and your goals and your values, because that's how you are interpreting your purpose. You're saying, okay, well, yeah, our purpose is broad. The way we narrow that down to where we feel like we are really supposed to be going and how we can be effective and integral in this community is through doing these specific things. So if we take that purpose, which is very broad and pretty much covers almost anything, the thing that always jumped out at me when I read it was the add-on of recreation. As it gets added on in one of the purpose statements. And I remember it was very
Second to last.
business oriented, development oriented, jobs, employment, all this stuff. And then all of a sudden down there, it says
And recreational
industrial,
developments.
commercial, agricultural, and recreational developments. I was like, whoa, recreation got thrown in there. That's,
Yeah.
I mean, in 1979, somebody threw recreation in there, which is surprising.
Are they referring to outdoor recreation? Because that's a
I-
huge business. And
I would assume. I don't know, but it was just funny when I read it, I go, wow, that was progressive in 79.
Well, but
to throw
probably,
recreation in there as an economic
probably
development
in
tool.
1979, maybe the Parks and Rec was not even thought about then too. Like the rec, like there was maybe not an entity that dealt with recreational activities.
Hmm.
And you do have a lot of active business operations within your county that involve outdoor activities, but not necessarily what you would think of as like public recreation, more privatized
Right.
recreation activity or commercial recreation.
Mm.
So that's sort of the goal with your strategic plan, is to narrow this down a bit so that we get to a more defined set of directives. Your
We're gonna-
mission.
We're gonna talk about that a little deeper right before lunch as far as getting down in the weeds on your mission statement.
And your vision, and we're gonna try to help you build a vision statement
Yeah.
today, or at least the bones of one, so that you can think of what because your mission is typically a little bit more action oriented. It's a little bit more focused on what you're actually going to be doing, who you are, who's gonna do it, and how they're gonna do it, where your vision tends to be more aspirational. And so we have your purpose, which is broad, but it's not exactly aspirational. So if we can come up with maybe an aspirational vision, that will help develop a lens for you to view these other things through. And so hopefully we can kind of at least construct the bones of that today. And that's one of our hopeful outcomes. But in terms of the values, do you feel like the values that you can see them up on the screen, and they get into, discussion of what they are? Sustainability is committed to the well-being of the economic and ecological systems, and that the goals be compatible, and where they seem to be incompatible, we're committed to participating in open and inclusive dialogue to advance knowledge building and partnerships. I mean, that is essentially what we kind of talked about today, but does that economic and ecological connection, is that still something that you feel like is part of your responsibility as the JCDA? Or do you feel like your responsibility as the JCDA is more on the economic side?
I think given the trajectory of our community right now, I think that ecological piece is important for us to be mindful of.
So it's still like a responsible economic development that takes into consideration
Responsible development.
these other elements that are occurring.
The big Rockwell thing was pollution. So that, I think that should stay a main tenet, because I don't think we should forget the past.
Yeah, the lessons
Oh,
learned
we won't
aspect,
be able to
right?
forget the past.
Yeah.
Pollution
Nobody will let
and,
us do
and
that.
the issue of the last few years has been preservation of natural resources.
Mhm.
Now, I think for me, what we've got to find is the right balance, right? Because I feel like they pointed in the direction as a community currently that doesn't find balance with that issue the way it needs to.
Now, the commissioners have kindly pointed us to craft beverage, agritourism, tourism in general. So the ecological component is, as you said, it is the balance. And we also want light manufacturing, and we also want a technological base that can develop, around certain particular hubs. So it is the connection and the intersection of both. I don't know, just from where I am, and again, the short time, I don't know that our values have changed. And to your question, what I didn't find in the previous strategic plans was the definition of success. How do we measure success, and what are the outcomes?
It's important that that's part of this plan.
Exactly. And
We
so-
recognize
So
that.
my values and have not changed. I embrace that. I think partnership is embedded in there. That's what we've been talking about today. But again, when you have a construct and an externalities that don't favor partnership, I think the question is, how can we become partner? And I think the process is the start,
It is.
foundation of the partnership.
And again, having a metric that keeps you honest, so to speak, and you can track.
Yeah.
Track your progress, and if you're lagging somewhere or head in
And
the other.
particularly integrated, and this is something that I would ask, do all of our constituents relative to the municipality and the organization, the different cities, do they believe in this? In other words, are we aligned in total? Because otherwise, if the building and zoning is over here and we're over here, that's not congruent
Mhm.
because they may allow X, Y, Z, and we're sitting here saying, well, we thought that we needed light industry, but the folks over here said, hell no, I don't want a part of that. So we need to bring folks together. And I think maybe if I had to add anything, maybe the construct, because of what has happened to us recently, maybe partnership needs to be underscored and a little more calories put into defining what that.
I think so,
partnership is and
yeah.
inclusivity.
That makes sense.
Mhm.
Because a lot of it, we seem to be headbutting with one particular municipality as far as growth
Yes.
and the direction that we want to see growth. And I'd like to see that improved.
So the over or the values that you have stated here, I guess that really the part of this becomes, how do those then align with the municipalities? Do they feel that those values are consistent with their own, or do they feel like that is being seen in what they're doing? So when we talk about, different types of development occurring, how does that align? Are all of the municipalities within the county, when they're approving projects, thinking about it from that perspective as well?
So that's a good question. And I'll go very micro, and I don't want one grain of sand to make the hill, but let's talk about Summit Point, which is the issue that I needed to recuse myself. So we are wanting to bring infrastructure to that area. And that is a wonderful hub that is going to continue to grow. It has a small government contract ecosystem there that could expand to bigger opportunities. And when I was speaking to both the CTUB, which is the Charlestown Water Authority, and the city, first, there's not alignment at the water place. Then there's not alignment at the city. And Raymond's going into the Lions Den saying, okay, listen, I need us to talk. Well, they won't even talk because I've been sent by the Lucifer to bring people together. And I don't mean to be dramatic about it, but that's the friction that I find. So I think to answer your question, I think even at the micro level, there's not alignment relative to what am I going to do. I don't know why those decisions were, I don't care. But what I have told all the people who I spoke about externally on the Summit Point is I said, do you not want to raise the tide and the infrastructure of the county in an area that has wonderful opportunity? Because I have internal knowledge since he's a client of ours and I know the strategic plan that he wants to build. Why wouldn't we want to do that? And then I also ask, what is the cost of not doing it? And that stops them in the track. So I think if I go back to that partnership, as if this is our journey, it's necessary for us because otherwise we will be stalled, I think. Because I can't even get people to talk.
That is a very accurate
Is that
description.
an accurate?
Yeah, that's a very good
As a
point.
liaison, I sit on the CTUB board
Ah.
and I get limited information there, but the information I've had, you are dead on. And it really is controlling for growth and it's not good.
So I think if we could be the catalyst to get people together and say, okay, so what do you see? How do you see it? There is a common denominator for all, I think.
Which is a huge undertaking. Because
It-
it seems
it's-
like every entity don't, it's kind of like, welcome to church, but don't sit in my pew. That's
That's a
kind of the
good
way,
analogy,
that's,
yes.
that's kind of the way that it is, yeah. Even when we were talking about trying to get just a little pamphlet about what happens. Oh, so that means you want to take it over? Oh, no, we don't want to take it over. We just want to be able to be educated to send you instead of, frustrating you all. But people are very much, this is my lane and don't you dare come into my lane. And that's happened, that's been going on for a long time. I mean, like I said, I've been here forever and it's gotten better, but there's still issues too. So,
Very protective of their turf.
yes, because they're afraid you're going to come in and take it over, which Nobody wants your job, so
Right.
yeah, don't, yeah, but
So as a board, so you're an 11-member board at the JCDA and you've got an executive director and we've now got an economic development clerk, right? So your
I
staff,
had an executive director.
I think you just stepped out for a second. So within the JCDA, the staff that you have that are dedicated to doing this work that we're talking about, is that these two folks, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's a turnover there. There was two that had been here, or one that had been here for a very long time, and then another one. And they both just recently moved to different positions.
Okay. So then when we talk about sort of the purpose of the board or of the authority, that is your implementation unit is right now that you've got these two folks and that's your full timers, right? I don't think you have anyone else that works
They are.
part-time or.
There's another layer there that,
Mhm.
that we should probably talk about, and that is, a recent change at the county commission level. And they have established an Office of Economic Development,
Mhm.
which these two individuals are officially employed by. This is almost an additional assigned duty to that role. And if I have interpreted it correctly, their role in working for the county is largely recruitment and retention
Of businesses.
businesses.
That's correct.
So I think as we determine what our mission is and our purpose, we need to be mindful of that kind of new lane that's out there, and that may require tweaking some of those old visions.
Because the resources that would be utilized to implement these things or to advance these things are now held within the county's economic development department. So this isn't they're not exclusively focused on the JCDA
Right.
component of things. They're also doing the entire county component as well and being employed by the county directly. So they're kind of wearing two hats.
Yeah, and my understanding is that's not drastically different from
Than how it-
configuration in many
yeah.
other communities across the country, but it is certainly new, different
It's to
to
us,
the
yeah.
way we have operated here for the last 30 years.
Which I think if the economic department has a job or has something that they want done, it would happen first before the development authority would do it.
Right.
Get it?
But you're essentially on the inside now, your staff are working inside of the county government as opposed to previously your staff was on the outside because they were working
Mhm.
only for the JCDA.
Or at least the lines were blurry enough that you really never knew where you were.
You're right. But now
Yes.
that has
The lines have
been,
gotten clear.
that has been
Yes.
clarified a bit
Yes.
now. And so, they are acting both on behalf of the county and the JCDA in their actions essentially. Okay, and that, I'm sure, at least at some level, is helping soften those conversations amongst municipalities, because it's not just a conversation with the JCDA's representative, person is also the representative for the county.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I
Is
don't know. I
that
don't know that it's
helping-
been in
is that helping
practice long
Open
enough.
dialogue at
Yeah.
all?
It's all very new.
Because it's all very new, right?
Yeah, it's all very new.
There's this. Many of our local governments are operating in a bit of a isolationist mentality, right? And I don't think that's healthy for our community. Certainly Ranson, the city I represent, I think for a long time was isolated on an island, right? We had what I would consider the largest economic resource footprint in the county, right? Had a large commercial segment, some industrial users, right? We were, and so because of that, Ranson had developed a bit of an isolationism kind of component. That's gotten better in the last few years, but then at the same time, I've seen other communities that maybe were better team players in the past have moved more. So again, it goes back to where I started today with everybody kind of looks at it one dimensionally
Mhm.
in regard to them and them alone, and they fail to see that broader community vision, which creates challenges.
Mhm.
So James, can you switch over from values to, I think the next one's goals? Yeah. So on your page in front of you in the green box, these are the goals that you currently have identified within your 2021 to 2025 strategic plan. there's, of course, under each of these goals, there are then objectives or strategies to advancing those goals. But in general, when we look at those goals, do you feel like these are still the things, at least the high point, to recruit, to support, to market, to increase, to advocate, to establish, to strengthen? Are those still what you feel like the sort of overarching themes of your goals are focused on? And are those consistent with this purpose that you have? For example, under advocate, it says advocate for infrastructure resources, policies, and legislation directly impacting economic expansion and business growth in Jefferson County. Is that something that you feel like is still a goal of the JCDA? And do you feel like advocacy for those things
I do.
remains central to your purpose and the core of your organization?
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is it missing anything?
From that one specific advocate or?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can take each one.
I mean, this one says for infrastructure resources, policies, and legislation.
I mean, I don't know if we're really hitting the legislation part that hard, but everything else, I think, yes. And I think it should be a goal, but as we have mentioned, it's a newer board. And I think we've got to crawl before we walk a little bit.
So when we talk about infrastructure resources, is that what types of infrastructure are the types of infrastructure that you feel like y'all are advocating for the purposes of economic prosperity, essentially?
I mean, I think Summit Point's a good
Summit
example.
Point.
Mhm.
I mean, so Summit Point is it's a raceway and also a government contracting base. I don't really know what to call it. And it's on the outer edge of our community, but it's a big employer and a big resource. They don't have enough water. Basically, they had, I think, 2 or 3 times where they literally had to bring water in. But it's a big point of contention right now on who's going to provide that water, if it's going to be a public-private partnership. So that's the background on Summit Point in a nutshell, I would say.
But
So-
then there's also the whole other conspiracy controversy where people are saying that the water is going out there for the data center across the street from Summit Point.
Yeah. we
So, I
haven't
mean,
talked about data
if
centers on
that-
today either.
That's
What's
the
that?
whole,
So we haven't talked about data centers.
Oh,
at all.
Yeah, data
Right,
centers
but-
is huge right now too, yeah.
that's the whole, fear of lack of transparency. That's a whole nother
Mhm.
Yeah.
layer of
Mhm.
untrust.
I mean, if you go on the internet right now, there are people that are saying like the whole reason that we're doing this is to feed data centers. And we have literally never talked about that
Right.
in 2 different.
There's 2 different
things.
projects.
It has nothing to do with each other.
Yeah.
And I think it's HB 2014. Is that the House bill? That basically like took our say away from the
Yeah.
data center stuff in general. But still there's this public outreach or public outcry, I mean, that we are involved in all this, and there's all these puppetry going on behind the scenes, and it's pretty wild.
So when we talk about water, are we talking about water supply, like the actual?
Yeah, literal
Yeah.
water and
Yes.
sewer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
water,
they're-
sewer.
these folks are, are they on a municipal water supply service or are they on wells?
Private well.
So they're on private wells and they're not getting water from their wells.
No.
No,
Correct.
they're concerned about losing they have water in their wells right now as a town. Summit Point Raceway is running dry on some of their wells from what we've
Correct.
been told.
Especially for
So-
large events.
Right, so they're in a situation where they need water. The township, the people that have come to speak to us, they don't want public water. And then the question is, well, how do we get water to Summit Point Raceway? And there's 2 different paths to go through. One is the municipality water, the other is the private water. And I guess, and I'm not a water person, but I understand the municipality takes surface water where the other one is going to impact, people's wells out there and the water supply and the water tables. Now, the other thing we hear is, like I said, the data center going across the street from Summit Point. I have no idea how accurate that is. I mean, people have said that.
That is so infant that
Right,
who
but
knows?
it's infant, and I guess people have the land and they're waiting to see if the
Yes.
water goes out there. And if the water goes out there, then maybe the infant will turn into a, running youth. I mean, I have no idea, but it's just the whole lack of trust that, and the reasoning for doing things that is causing a lot of friction right now.
I would pretty much agree because the data center conversation across street from that is new. Since the project at Summit Point itself. The project at Summit Point itself was never discussed or planned on to cover the data center. So it wasn't like a big group facility. It was just for the Summit Point complex, which is about the second or third largest private employer in the county. And their growth is affected by this because they've had some wells that have dried up and they've had to drill new and truck water in just to be able to meet their current needs. And they want to expand and cannot. The data center conversation has sparked a whole new with CTUB of potentially now wanting to come out with water and sewer to do that. But in conversations with the developer that bought the property, they're just a developer. They have no ideas on end users, what it's going to be, when it's going to be. It is so infant that when I started asking questions about it, they probably couldn't backpedal fast enough because they just hadn't gotten that information yet.
So they're saying it could be this, it could be that, because at the moment they're saying, we want to develop it as something.
Their
maybe
plan is a data
today,
center,
maybe
but
tomorrow,
it's,
maybe
yeah,
10 years
it's,
from now. But when the market is ready to support a development here, we want to already have the land secured basically. And
and I think they're sooner rather than later trying to look at that as a concept, but who knows if it'll get traction.
so water being one component of infrastructure, how do you see the JCDA's role in advocating for these types of infrastructure situations? When we're talking about these topics of, water provision to one of your major employers who's struggling in their current state.
Well, just in my little vein, there is no engagement because decisions have been made by authorities. So if we just look at it in a very simplistic way, so you have a public utility and the nature of the public utility is to be public, right? So you can have transparency of finances, that you can have dialogue and you can ultimately have influence because you have the folks. You have private, and I'll just talk about my bank. We're a privately owned bank. So we make decisions. We have to disclose what we disclose, but it's private. So when I go to CTUB and I say, well, is your mission not to represent citizenry? Would you not want to extend water sewer? The answers are a whole cacophony in my mind of excuses, rather than an attempt to say, okay, it costs 30 million, let's just say, to take from point A to point B. Let's go down, because it's one of our mission, let's go down and lobby Charleston and say, look, this is what this area offers. This is what it's going to offer in the future. We need assistance from a grant or whatever capital stack that we can get. It's 30, it's not 4. So let's do it the right way. But I can't even get dialogue and agreement on how to do it, let alone, because the decision that I found, the door closed at any discussion. But that's just me, 1 and 9 months young. So I am an infant. And my desire would be to say and come together, okay, we have these opportunities to grow, and let's get all the people in the room who have approval authority to help grow, whether it's zoning or whether it's utility or whether it's the city, come together and say, okay, how can we make this happen? Do we agree that this is the right thing to make happen? So I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah,
but-
I mean,
The utility issue, I think for me, looking at it a little broader, right? I mean, I think we can do all the advocacy we want. In some instances, we can be a finance tool
Mhm.
in that chest of tools. But our role is relatively limited as it comes to utilities, right? And go beyond water, sewer, go to, data, roads, schools, emergency services, what have you. I mean, all of those decisions are made by other entities and in many instances, private entities. And nearly every time, right, the decision to extend or build new infrastructure like that only comes after the need exists. You know, there's a lot of concern in our community about the pace of residential development.
Mhm.
And one of the things at the local level that we hear a lot is concern from the public that the utilities aren't, or the infrastructure is not keeping pace
Mhm.
with the rate
The
of residential
capacity
development.
issue.
But the reality is, you know, almost every, you know, the roads run by the West Virginia Department of Highways largely, right? Or they get built through the private residential construction process, but in both instances, the need exists before the upgrade is made. And the reactive nature of things like state government, you know, that need exists for years before that
Mhm.
improvement's made. And so we can advocate for, in some cases, we can be a piece of the
Yeah.
finance
Yeah.
puzzle. But beyond that,
Yeah.
we are pretty limited in what we can do as it comes to infrastructure.
To your point, Todd, about influence, we made a statement for the legislative session, didn't we? It was last year. These are our points that we want to advocate. I think there were 4 points. So our legislators could bring them into Charleston. So we're on the periphery influencing or trying to influence.
But one of the keys to having significant influence is having trust, right? And
Yeah.
that then comes back to, you know, one of, I think, the fundamental issues that we have to confront
Mhm.
in this plan is how do we grow that trust? Now, I think the trust with many, not all, many of those decision-making entities is probably greater than I'd say, than I would characterize the trust from the public that we see right now. But I think it's part of what we have to be aware of.
Now, do you feel like this issue? So, I mean, this is kind of a very granular focus, but sometimes when we get really granular on a very specific topic, we can then expand that out to a bigger understanding of your role within this larger system. So this one project that's already been built, you know, you've got Summit Point, it's already there. You know, they have a water problem. The municipality knows they have a water problem. They, as the business operator, know they have a water problem and they want to grow. They're one of your major employers in the county. They want to expand their business operations. Who is the person they are dealing with on this limitation they are facing?
Well,
Are they
for
dealing with
instance,
just the city, just the county, or
you
are they
brought up-
grasping at everyone?
You brought up the ambassador. There was a discussion about the ambassador. So they reached out, rightfully, large business reaches out to us. And we pursue or support or say yay or nay or whatever our actions are. So I think that's the right connection. But then you have other connections of decision makers that then
Yeah.
may put a red light on our travel.
Yeah, I think for them, if I've interpreted what I have heard from them correctly, right? They feel that they had reached out to that public utility provider for more than 2 years, right? And hadn't seen any movement. And so out of frustration, need, right? The market certainly doesn't wait, right? For that
Right.
utility to
Right.
come. It continues to evolve and grow however it does. They felt the need to reach out to us and say, hey, can you be a tool to help us get through this? And I think that is the role we would like to see ourselves be in more prominently, but also earlier in that process. We kind of wish they hadn't waited 2 years, right? Maybe we could have helped shepherd that through that
Earlier.
publicly owned utility, right? But now, you know, the, you know, water sewer is a regulated utility in West Virginia. The state PSC authorized this privately owned utility to operate in our community, right? So they are here. They are a business too, right? And I think we represent them just as much as we represent all the other businesses in some way. And so,
And they also serve the businesses that you're.
absolutely, right? So
So
I
it's
think
like a
it's
very interconnected web.
It is. It's all interconnected. And I think it's just something, one of the many things that, you know, factor into all that decision making.
But you feel like your role there is that advocacy role where when your major employers, your larger businesses that are already operating here, when they're trying to grow or they're facing an issue that is preventing them from continuing their operations in the most efficient or effective way possible, you all want to be the person that they come to try to navigate these issues in terms of the big picture stuff, not like, I'm having a hard time with the paint color of my front door, but more of my wells are drying up and I'm having to bring in water trucks. Those are major
Or we're ready to
barriers.
expand.
Right. You
Right,
want
and
them
we're
to
running
come
into these hurdles.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that's.
Because
very
then
much
you
where
can
it's-
advocate with them and on their behalf.
Right.
With
Right.
these other organizations, but also at the state level where
Yeah.
you're looking at these much bigger topics.
And then in this particular instance, right, I think there could be a path for us to be one of those finance tools, right? To create a public-private partnership that eventually creates the funding mechanism to fund something like that. I don't know if that's where we'll go. It's certainly been discussed. It's on the
Yeah.
table. We've engaged, a legal to kind of look at it and put some things together, but I think that's kind of the evolution I see at play for many, many projects.
And the infrastructure things that you think about when you see that in that advocate goal, you think about that as being basically any infrastructure that's necessary for the business environment to function. Transportation, water, sewer, power,
Workforce development.
workforce development. Like,
Housing,
so you look
you
at it all the
know,
way down to that
That's
level
how I
of.
see it. Yeah, absolutely.
So do y'all consider that to be part of that, the housing, the workforce training and education programs, the school system? Do you think of all those things as infrastructure when you think about advocacy for infrastructure resources?
I do.
Is that sort of consensus
Yes.
amongst the board? Do you think all of that rolls up under that umbrella?
Let's, because before we break for lunch, and I realize a couple of you have to run out, and I want to touch on a little deeper on your mission statement and vision before that happens. We're into our break a little bit, but let's go ahead and stretch our legs. We need to catch up on some calls, and then maybe we can try to regroup. I had 15 minutes in here, but maybe come back about 10 after 11.
I will need to walk out of here at 11:15, and that
Yeah.
will put us out of a quorum.
And I'll take mine when you take yours, so that way we can work them together.
Okay.
Okay.
So do
So
you
maybe-
want?
So I'm just a few
push
minutes. I just
to
gotta let everybody
11:15
get
and
back.
then
Yeah,
break?
yeah,
Let's do that.
Yeah.
break, and then-
Let's
Yeah.
just do that.
That works.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we can have our lunch while
Okay.
you're out.
It's all about
Okay.
time.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you weren't cramping up or anything, so.
So,
Yeah.
James, if we skip forward to the mission. Wait, that's backward. There we go. Wait, were we supposed to, where was Mentimeter supposed to fall?
It was going to be
Envision.
right after that.
So we're
comes
just
after
defining-
this,
yeah,
okay.
Defining mission, going into it.
Okay, so like we were talking about, when we talk about your purpose being very, very broad, but then that, a mission helps drill that down, but so does a vision. So what you see up on the screen is essentially the question of what is a mission statement. Your mission statement actually pretty much checks the boxes of what the world of organizational structure says a mission statement is supposed to do. It's supposed to explain what you do, who your stakeholders are, how do you conduct your work, and what do you want to be known for? And your current mission statement is the mission of the Jefferson County Development Authority is to sustain and grow our county's strong economy and outstanding quality of life by providing leadership and resources for business creation, expansion, and retention. So this obviously says what you do, right? Because you are a development authority and you are providing leadership. It's identifying essentially who your stakeholders are, which is the business community, which is essentially what this is identifying through this statement. And then how do you do this is a little bit less, but it does say you're going to use resources and provide resources. You're going to provide leadership and resources. And then what do you want to be known for? And that's business creation, expansion, and retention. So this really narrows down your purpose. This mission statement does. It gets into a very specific thing that you're going to be focusing on. The question is, does this mission statement actually encompass what it is that you want your role to be? Is it largely in the provision of leadership and resources necessary to grow and sustain the economy and quality of life? Or do you feel like there's something beyond leadership and resources that you feel are part of your role?
I can't think of anything other than leadership and resources. That's all also pretty all.
It's also
encompassing.
pretty all encompassing, right? Resources could be all
Yeah.
kinds of
Yeah,
things.
it's a lot,
Yeah.
or a lot can fall into that word.
Yeah.
I think
It's broad.
stewardship is kind of a subcategory of leadership.
I agree.
So-
Stewardship is. I like the word stewardship, actually. I feel like it engenders trust very deeply when you're saying I'm a steward, I'm acting on behalf of, or in a responsibility for.
I would agree.
So like providing stewardship and take out leadership? Or would you add stewardship?
I think you still need leadership in there.
Yeah,
so
I think.
providing leadership
As well.
I think there's a place maybe in that for the word balance or some idea of balance, right? I don't think we can preserve the quality of life or the economy through just raw and checked growth. But we also can't preserve it through limiting all growth either, right? And I think that's often the arguments that I feel like we hear. It's either all or none.
Right.
And we lose that balance in the middle with so much of so many of the issues we confront.
How about an adjective like promoting cooperation in there?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's where the broker having the conversations early enough before people's positions harden,
Well, we
right?
spent a lot of
Often,
time talking
yeah.
about that, and I think if you could get something in there on the mission statement.
yeah,
or even partnership or
Yeah,
collaboration or.
sure.
right.
Some
If
of
we're engaged earlier in the process, as we talked about in that, maybe we can get people in front of each other
Yeah.
before, they become adversarial, because often I think we're seeing, these two sides becoming adversarial before we've really even had meaningful dialogue to figure out what the solutions available even are.
So if you get that in there, you can point towards, that's what we're doing, that's what we're trying to do here.
Yeah.
When because it's going to become adversarial at some point. It's just-
Sure.
That's the
It's
nature of
nature,
this
yeah.
business, but if you have that in your mission statement, that's why we're here.
Absolutely.
Well, and it's
Yeah.
sort of to Mike's point that he made earlier, because we were talking about the data center, and he's like, that's in its infancy, but as soon as the word gets out, as
Oh,
soon
right.
as
It's
it
done.
hits
It's
anything,
built.
it
It's
might,
there.
it's done,
Yep.
it is now a foregone conclusion. It's happening and it's
Yeah.
happening
Oh,
tomorrow, and
absolutely.
it's
Yeah.
gonna be the
Oh,
worst
yeah.
thing ever,
Yep.
it's, once
Yep.
it gets out into the universe that this is even a topic.
Well, we're dealing with it in Canal Valley right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
That's
I
why
know
we
some
want-
of you are aware, for you, right, data centers controversial across the country,
Oh,
no doubt
mhm.
about that. West Virginia, at the state level, has taken a pretty aggressive approach there and kind of opened the door throughout the state, regardless of what, the locality has to say about it. So that is another wrinkle and a challenge that I think we have to confront and confront to the public that doesn't always understand. Many of these decisions are out of our hand, right? And we
Right.
can advocate for a position, or we can lean into this or lean into that, but a large part of it is just not in our control, in our realm of
But when
control.
people hear that you are advocating for things, while I may not have control, I can go talk and I can go work for the best
Advocate,
interest.
yeah.
And when they start hearing that, at least they know they've got somebody's ear that's talking. And that tends to help things.
Okay.
So do you feel like in that regard, do you feel like education is part of your responsibility to educate the public on things that are going on?
That's a very interesting question.
For the business community.
Because I was very impressed when we had the data center education for us. I didn't know how to spell data center, but the 5 folks who attended, I had a far different perspective. And I think in the beginning, there may have been 20 attendees in the audience, and then they filter out as the evening went. And I think part of the filtering out was they realized, oh, this wasn't a decision, but this was education. So that to me is part of partnership, that we do have an education role to play. And that education role is about having a source of information that is not, it's delivered by a neutral party. These are the facts, ma'am, like Sergeant Friday and Dragnet. I'm
Mhm.
dating myself. But these are the facts, ma'am. These are the facts. End of story. And then if you can absorb the facts, you get an A. If you still resist them, I'm gonna give you a letter that's below a D. Because you don't absorb it, because those are the things. But yes, definitely the citizenry needs to be educated because our sources of information are not necessarily accurate.
So for example, the county, or I'm not sure who's going to hear on this property or this project or whatever. Is there a way for the JCA to provide information for the county to disseminate to the public about a project, or to a city about a potential use, or, to provide some sort of, a white paper that they can then share with their community to say, look, the JCDA has done the research on this. They've gone out and learned about this type of industrial activity, or they've done the legwork on this and they understand what this means and the implications. And they've put this information together so that you're getting a full understanding of what this business type is, how it operates, other places where it operates, and how it folds into these communities. And then also providing, if there are state laws or new statutes and legislation that's been put in place that now remove some of the local authority to prevent that, you can also be the ones to kind of reiterate that some of this is within our control and some of it is beyond local control. Are you all the ones that the city can come to and say, look, things are starting to stir up about this topic, about this type of use or this type of business. Can y'all provide us information on it so that we can all speak with one voice on one topic in the same way? And that way, then if the same type of business wants to go to another jurisdiction and you're now all, again, speaking in the same way about that type of business to try to essentially control the narrative about what it is before it spins out and creates its own narrative. It's much harder to, put that back in the box once it's out. It's like confetti or glitter. Once you put glitter in your house, forget it. You're never getting it out. You've introduced it. It's going to be there for the next 150,000 years. But it's almost like that, trying to pull that back once it occurs is so difficult that sometimes getting out ahead of it and educating and trying to communicate information, even broadly, it doesn't have to be for a specific property. But once a business type like a data center, once that gets out in the conversation, it's no longer just one city that's going to think it's them.
Right.
It's now the folks everywhere are going to start thinking, well, if it can go there, it can go here. And then we're going to have data centers. And it all just kind of starts to echo itself and snowball, and trying to manage that
I think that's,
may be something you all could do as an education component of your role, but also to create those partnerships, collaborate with your local jurisdictions, and become that sort of trusted voice on these topics.
I think that'd be a very good idea because like you said, you start getting information out that's one-sided, that is a lot of times very against, and it just snowballs. And if you're not taking information back to people, when I've gone to multiple of the data center town halls, listened to what people have had to say. I've done tours of a data center. I've gone to them with questions. Yeah. And then when you see people at the next one, you start answering the questions for them. They're like, oh, really? So if you have that,
But they're already all wound up.
they're already
Oh,
wound
yeah.
up.
So
So
even
if
when
you
they
have
get
that-
the answer they want, do they actually, are
They
they,
don't.
no, they're not satisfied
No.
because they're
So if
still,
you
they're
can get
already
ahead
wound
of
up
that-
on this
Yeah,
topic.
they
It's
already know.
very hard,
Right. So if you can get ahead of that and start having some balanced information out here that's really factual, I think could be very positive.
Right, I think
Oh, yeah.
that can have a lot of value on some projects. Something that's controversial in data centers, look, it's a nationwide issue, right? And there are
Mhm.
extreme
Hmm.
opinions on both sides of that issue. And, that's one of those things. I don't think we have the resource
Yeah.
as the JCDA to really move the needle on that at all, right? And
Right.
so then I think, we have a small staff, nimble, effective, but small, right? And so is education important? Yes. Can we do all things? I don't know that we can do all things on every issue.
But on the bigger ones, where we're talking about, these big types of industries that would be coming into your community, it's obviously not your responsibility to sway opinion one way or the other. You're a development authority, you're advocating for things, you're encouraging, you're trying to be good stewards of the community by growing business types that are not contradictory or in conflict with the community's character and quality of life. So if you think about it, this authority and its role, if they could be that one, even if you're just communicating information, you're not necessarily trying to sway opinion. And it doesn't have to be for a specific thing. I mean, it could be for any type of industrial activity. I mean, I'm sure y'all get a lot of pushback on pretty much any type of new large scale industrial development.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
apparently they're bad. In the perception of the public, it's hard to advance those in a positive way because somebody always is going to have to drive by them. Even if it's not going to be right next to their home or right next to their kid's school, they're going to have to drive by them at some point. And these tend to create a lot of feelings and a lot of emotion. So is there a way to be that person that's helping guide the narrative for the local governments to use so that at least they can try to calm some of that, even if it's not necessarily y'all being the expert on everything, but you all being the ones that can at least facilitate and provide some sort of support to the local governments where they're starting to get that public outcry.
But there's also history there too, because we have to remember that when Rockville came, not to bring that up again, but the county commissioners went down there and they came back and they're like, oh yeah, it's great. It's the cleanest thing we've ever seen. You know, we could eat off the floor there and, you know, that's just steam coming out of there. We talked to the school across the street. Everything's great and good. And then, you know, so it's depending on what information you guys are getting, whether it's, you know, one-sided or whether it's a balanced story that you're getting, because there are two sides to every story at least, if not more. And so, you know, we just have to make sure that, you know, what you are getting and then coming back and sharing is accurate information. So, you know, I mean, we just have to be very mindful that
I agree.
it went down a wrong road before with that whole come and take a tour. And so, you know, we just have to be mindful of history because it can repeat itself and it's never pretty the second time either.
And a lot of that, I mean, there is so much information out there now that gets published by environmental authorities for, you know, the state's Department of Environmental Protection or Environmental Policy, as well as the federal. They put so much information out now about certain types of activities that even just guiding people to those, you know, public resources that are not intended to be pro or con. You know, we see a lot of misinformation shared. So even if you all aren't the ones packaging the content, being the ones to point to where the resources are to understand these types of uses and pushing people towards reliable information can be just as useful as actually putting the message together yourself to say, you know, well, here, this agency oversees these. This is the, you know, Business Oversight Authority, not necessarily OSHA, but, you know, that type of, here's this entity, they oversee this type of operation, and they have a whole section of literature and information about these types of uses available here. You know, this is a way to educate yourself, and we're just kind of connecting these dots for you without having to be the ones putting your name on it, essentially saying, this is our message. Instead, this is the message of the accepted experts on the matter.
So you have a hard break.
I do.
You want to try to squeeze in your Mentimeter exercise and then we can
Yeah.
all
So do we,
split up?
that's like getting into vision statements. I don't know if we need to define all that and everything.
Yes, 3
Okay.
minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get that. done.
Yeah, I was like, I
Yeah,
don't
why
think we
don't
can do
we,
that in
why
3
don't we do
minutes.
that after lunch?
We'll come
Yeah.
back because it is a little bit of an exercise.
Yeah.
But
So
I definitely want to do that. I don't
Yeah,
wanna-
no, it's good. And but we can jump right into that after lunch. We'll do the vision and then we'll talk about what a vision is and do the Mentimeter immediately after lunch, because I think that's actually going to, this conversation is probably where we kind of knew our scheduled times were ambitious. We knew some stuff was going to be more intensive and take
Yeah.
more time than others. So this shifting between the two
Yeah,
isn't going to be that big of a deal.
That's the way.
But we can
always
continue
have.
talking about the mission a little bit
Yeah.
while they're getting the lunch set up.
Okay.
And then whenever you need to go, that's fine.
Okay, very good.
But the things I heard about the mission from y'all is you do want some sort of inclusion of stewardship in that mission statement. And you'd like to see something about balanced growth coming in there, that understanding there's a balance to be achieved as part of your overall mission.
very much.
Is there other things in your mission statement that you feel like are either too vague or too specific, or areas where you feel like we need to be thinking a little bit more differently? Part of it is explaining that it's your mission to sustain and grow your county's strong economy and outstanding quality of life. So the term quality of life is one I always really like, but it's so hard to define.
Mhm.
Because quality of life is different for every single person you ask. You
Mhm.
know, I guarantee you, James and I do very similar jobs. We live in different areas. We have children that are very similar age. What he considers important to quality of life for his family and what I consider important to quality of life for my family are not going to be the same. And that could be said of everybody at this
Oh,
table.
yeah.
So when we talk about quality of life, what is that really to you as an authority? Because it could be everything, or it could be very narrow.
Also putting outstanding before it is also subjective. I mean,
Just
is it
maintaining
outstanding right
quality of
now? We
life.
don't, to me it is,
Yeah.
yes, but it could be different to somebody else, so.
Yep. Because how can you grow something that's already outstanding?
Sure.
Because there's always room for improvement.
Right.
So what do y'all think when you think quality of life? What does that mean to each of you? What resonates with you when you think of quality of life?
And I think what Commissioner Mood said earlier is kind of keeping people here. I mean, I don't think
Right.
commuting is helping anybody's quality of life. I did it in New York City and did 2 hours each way almost, and it was terrible quality of life. So,
Yeah.
but again, that's subjective as well. But I mean, I think keeping the people here, like you said, our commercial or our residential growth has been exceeding our commercial, like
Mhm.
keeping people here. I don't know a better way to say that, but I think focusing on what he said is important in my opinion.
You like the rural character? Is that what you?
Yeah.
People want to keep rural character here still, so there's areas of the county that we'll see grow and others that we can see grow in a different direction. Still maintaining rural character.
But I also think from a tax perspective, it's very important because you can't sustain this way without the resources.
Right.
Right, you can't. And the
It's
people are coming
impossible.
from Loudoun County and other areas that already have all the stuff. And they come over here and say, so where's the stuff?
Yeah, we don't have.
But-
the-
We
the
don't
funny
have the
thing
stuff.
is-
Maybe you need to go back
Right.
over to where you had the stuff.
Well, exactly. Or they do their shopping on the way home
They did. Oh, yeah.
because we don't have that here.
Right,
Right.
they're
And
not.
they're coming past it anyway.
And they're not patronizing small business.
No,
And
they're
that's
not.
starting to
No.
get into some zoning
Okay.
subjects, but I mean, that's important to know.
Right.
What is the stuff though? You said we don't have the stuff.
Oh, the big box cars, the box, not.
The
box cars,
recreation.
The big box, the big box stores that, yeah.
We have
You're
the
becoming a
box cars,
bedroom.
though.
Yeah, we got the box
That's
cars.
okay.
We don't
People are just here to
have,
sleep.
we don't have the.
Just here to
yeah.
sleep. The recreation
strip
things that
malls,
people want to
the-
do with
yeah.
their family.
The restaurants. the-
Yeah.
All
Right.
that.
Having the infrastructure and the transportation to get there.
Right, yeah, in transportation, yeah. Everybody thinks that they should be able to sit at home and get a bus or a taxi or whatever.
Yeah,
And
we're
you'll
kind
sit
of
there
in a
forever.
I would say puberty phase between like we were this small little area and we're kind of growing now, and it's like,
Uh-huh.
where do we find that balance without our voice cracking?
You're right, yeah.
So it's but it's so
That's good.
accurate
That is
because
very good.
everybody feels growing pains, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes things have to get established before these other things come along. So, a lot of times we talk because I do a lot of, developer solicitation
I was step out while he's.
and things like that. And a lot of times what we hear from folks is, well, we need rooftops of this many within this distance.
Right.
And we need disposable incomes of this amount. It's not just about how many rooftops you build. It's also the types of
Mhm.
entities that come in need to see that you have a strong consumer spending base within those categories.
Right.
So
Right.
you can't build a bunch of restaurants if the type of consumer spending in your county is primarily food at home. Because if people are
Mhm.
primarily, I mean, because you can break this stuff down in terms of demography to understand what spending habits are amongst your population. And you can see how much people spend on food away from home and food at home. So groceries versus dining out. That being sort of an equal percentage, if you know, you got about people spending on food is, 8% away from home and 8% at home. Okay, well, that's pretty balanced. People eat at home as much as they eat out. That's cool. But if you're seeing that away from home number being really, really low, that's not a great indicator for any big chain restaurants wanting to come and set up. Now, your local mom and pops don't look at that stuff as much, but it's the same with the big box stores. If you want a Target, for example, Target has a very specific demographic profile. So they go into an area and they're going to establish a store. It's going to be an area that is meeting this standard and is seeing consistent growth on an upward trajectory. So they want to see household incomes going up, disposable spending going up, and they need a population of per square mile within a certain radius of their potential location at a certain standard. This is just how they pick a site to go to. So even a Costco, for example, they go where they go and they know why they're going
And I
there.
tell you, the ones that are really, militant about it are the grocery store.
Oh, yeah.
chains, More than,
Because you hear a lot of folks saying like, oh, I want a
Whole
Whole Foods
we
or
can-
a Trader Joe's.
We hear that a
They
lot.
will not
Yeah.
come.
And
Yeah.
I mean, goodness,
Um,
I live in a town that is just growing faster than it knows what to do with itself. And we just got a Costco. And I mean, I didn't even go to the place for a year because it was insane. You couldn't touch it. You couldn't get anywhere near it for a year because it was just covered with people.
Yeah.
And we still get, why don't we have a Whole Foods? Why don't we have a Trader Joe's? I'm like, you can't win. You got your Costco.
Yeah.
But I want Chipotle with it.
But, and the funny thing is
There's some lunch in here.
oh, awesome.
Yeah.
As you guys enter recess.
Yes.
Yeah.
So these are the types of things when we talk about the stuff, it's the shopping, it's the entertainment,
right.
it's the stuff you do after work and on the weekends. And so when you come home after work and when you're spending time on the weekends, are you staying here in Jefferson County if you live here, or are you leaving the county to go elsewhere to do those things?
Well, I think we have a good tourism base. We have many things. They just opened up a new bungee jumping place, and River Riders has been great about trying to cover all the seasons of with the river and the snow, and they have now inflatables in a in a quarry. So I think, and we have the historical park. So I think tourism brings people into our county.
A huge driver.
I think that is the biggest driver that comes into the area. Now, when they get here, if they want to go to some place fancy to eat or some other place, that's might be a question, but I think that helps Jefferson County. But still, we become a bedroom community very quickly because people are getting up early in the morning to go to another state to then come back late at night to start all over again their day. And on the weekends, they're probably either on the soccer field, the softball field, the baseball field.
Or they're mowing their grass and doing work
Or
on
they're
their
on the
house.
grass or whatever, so they don't, yeah. So but that's been for a long time here. I mean, there's been a lot of people that have traveled from here to Washington DC. The train used to be huge, Harpers Ferry, everybody'd be on the train. They'd be commuting to down into Washington DC, which I can't imagine,
So
but
what is that train situation like today?
I don't think it's really
it's not that great.
done much.
No,
I
it's
think
not
people are
that
kinda
great.
Getting away from that.
Well-
How much faster is it to take the train into DC than it is to drive?
I don't think it's faster.
I don't know, it's faster, but it's a lot less headache.
Economically, yeah.
Well,
You can sleep on the
Work.
I
train
would
where you
certainly
can't.
love to ride
You're
a
like
train to
gritting
work,
your
but
teeth
that's
on
not an
the
option.
highway.
But it's not exactly
I
the
live in
easiest
Florida.
process.
No, it's
Train
not
is.
easy process, no, no, no.
what do you mean by that as far as just?
It's just
ticket
like
or
getting there,
parking?
parking,
Yeah.
getting on, transfers, all that. A lot of people are kind of, I would say, leaning more towards driving. I don't 100%
If
know,
that
but
process was improved, do you think more people would use it?
I,
Service?
You see it as.
The metro came out here, yeah.
yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, if there was like a metro liner, sure. But
Yeah,
that's a
oh, yeah.
Right.
multi-trillion-dollar project.
Yeah, I don't see Metro coming out
He's
here.
not wrong.
Well, even if it was
Even
even if it was a 2-hour train ride and it's a 2-hour car drive, as
I think
long
people would
as
pick driving.
you still think people would pick driving?
I think so. I mean, I would drive. I wouldn't take the train.
I don't know, I have a
Even if
friend
it had
who-
Wi-Fi and
rode
you
on
could
that
sit there and get your work done and you got 2 hours, you now just did 4 hours of work.
I
Now you
would-
only need to be in the office for 4
That's what I'm
hours.
doing.
Then I can leave.
I mean,
I
might
don't want to
be-
do either one, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. I think COVID kind of threw a
That's
big
why you live
curveball
here,
and
right?
everything. with
That's
the-
right.
Remote
That's
work
why I've
became
always
very
been here.
big.
My whole
and-
neighborhood's I mean, everyone goes to DC or they work in DC, and then during COVID, they're all pretty much all working from home. A little bit of them have gone back now, but yeah, it's a very much a bedroom community.
We see a lot of the hybrid workforce now where folks maybe go in 1 or 2
Yeah,
days a
sure.
week. So if you only go in 1 or 2 days a week, the drive isn't as,
Taxing on you.
yeah,
Yeah.
not as stressful to drive, 2 hours if you only have to do it once a week. Like my husband's a fireman. He drives an hour to get to his fire station, but then he stays there for 24 hours before he comes back home. So, if you were driving back and forth, that would be awful if you were having to do it every day. But
People do it.
a lot of people do it.
My wife does.
Does she at least listen to a lot of audiobooks?
She does listen to a lot of audiobooks. Well, let's
Well,
go
why
ahead
don't we
and
do a
grab
lunch
some
break?
food for everybody.
What are we doing, a working lunch or are we?
Uh,
Well, we've
can't
had
take
a
a break.
Yeah, why don't we
We'll
take a break?
stretch,
We'll
yeah.
meet
Oh,
back in
yeah,
the-
okay. Okay.
Real break.
Thanks again, everybody, for getting back.
Good.
And,
I think I
It
might
did.
have some of
thanks
that.
for the nice lunch. I guess we're going to continue our conversation.
For the
A lot of this, still going to get you out of here at least on time and maybe a little better. We've jumped back and forth. So some of this stuff we've at least talked about that we're going to talk about this afternoon, we've hit on. We want to finish up right before everybody broke for lunch about our conversation there about your vision and your mission. And then we had a Mentimeter exercise, right, James, that we
Yep,
want
a couple of them.
Yeah.
to do, and then we'll move forward to the next topic. So
So essentially, the Mentimeter exercise that we're going to do is going to be to talk about the vision. So we're talking a little bit about your mission, and some of the output of that was, we talked about stewardship. We talked about finding balance amongst different types of growth. We talked about quality of life and a ability to retain your employees more inside the community, so you don't have as much outward commuting, and that's not as much of a necessity for those that reside here. But also bringing in more of the shopping, the entertainment, the things that people do for recreation and entertainment into the community, so that they're not having to leave the community outside of, their regular living hours to go and find those things. So that all kind of ties back into refining the mission and maybe working through some of those topics within your mission statement. But a vision statement is intended to be aspirational. And what we were not able to find, and there may be a vision statement floating around for the JCDA somewhere in prior documents, but we haven't been able to locate anything that reflects a vision statement. And so when we talk about a vision statement is something that's forward-looking. It is an inspirational declaration of the organization's long-term goals and ultimate aspirations. It's sort of the where are we going thought. So it should speak to the future. It should be an expression of possibility. It should energize. It should be written in the current tense, but it doesn't necessarily have to be attainable or even financially feasible. So it's something that you're really thinking of as this big lofty idea. And you may make some progress towards that idea or this thought, but it doesn't necessarily mean you'll ever actually achieve it. It's just something to work towards that's energizing and inspirational and aspirational for the organization. So there's some examples that are up on the screen from like Amazon and Microsoft and IKEA and Starbucks, because these are big lofty thoughts. IKEA is saying to create a better everyday life for the many people, like that. That's big.
Obviously, they haven't put together their own furniture.
Thank you. But I do love the little man that they have in there that looks sad when you break the rules.
Yeah.
And a downtrodden. But Starbucks says to be the premier purveyor of the finest coffee in the world while maintaining our uncompromising principles while we grow. I mean, that really is a very big aspirational statement. And none of that says, to make sure that we have different themed cups every season. But that may be something that goes into their mission or becomes a goal, because it's how they are trying to make progress towards that. So it's very difficult to create a vision for an organization that's never had one before, but also it's just difficult because it's hard to kind of grasp at that. So that's why we want to do it as a Mentimeter exercise, to see if we can essentially get some key terms that then would be representative of that. So on your place card, on your little placemat in front of you,
Everybody
there's
has
a
a
QR
smartphone.
code. So if everybody has your phone, can you scan that QR code? And then what we want you to do is, what terms do you associate with the JCDA, and where do you see it going in the future? So you can use words, short sentences, anything like that, essentially, to express that through this. And what the output of that will be essentially like a word cloud.
Oh, waiting.
Mine just says waiting for percent.
Yeah.
All right, so that's me. That's what I'm.
Are
working
you
on.
are you the presenter?
Yep. Okay, so there's that question again. This is your opportunity to give your words as to what vision you see for the JCDA.
And you don't have to just say one, right?
Yeah,
It's
you
free
can-
form.
you
You can
can-
say words,
Yeah.
you can put short
And it's
sentences.
anonymous,
Yeah.
so I don't know.
We
what
we don't know
you-
who it came from.
Do you hit submit after every word or do you type all the words at once?
I think you just,
I think
Well, there's only 11
Do
there's
it
only a
each
certain
yeah,
amount of
time.
I think it's per
characters.
word.
Yeah, so you can put in a word or a short sentence and just keep
Yeah.
popping them
okay.
in.
Yep.
There they go.
And it's anonymous, so.
Yeah. So it won't tell us where they came from.
I like influential. It is funny because it always gets really quiet when people are doing it though.
It's kind of crazy getting to watch it in real time.
I always
though.
love watching
love
it in real life.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Just menti.com.
You have to have a subscription.
Oh. Want to share your password?
You do.
I'll give you my Amazon password. Give me your Menti password.
Yes.
You got Netflix.
But this is actually a platform that we often use for a lot of stakeholder engagement or public meetings. It's really beneficial even during larger public meetings to get to the public to kind of answer some survey questions and they can kind of see things like this. Not only does it do word clouds, but it'll do like multiple choice answers and things like that. And it'll like kind of graph those out live in front of you. So it's a very useful platform for this to pull a lot of information and make it a little bit more interactive. And see what your other, the people beside you are thinking.
Good exercise. Do they become bigger if they're said multiple times?
If someone says the same thing as someone else, then yes, it becomes, that word becomes more prominent.
It gives it more weight.
Gotcha.
Oh, is that why the different colors?
Yeah.
They're all,
Or is it my eyes are just?
No,
no,
there-
they're all
there are-
slightly different colors. and
Okay.
that's- there
Oh,
you
see,
go.
like beautiful just got big because more than one person wrote it.
Beautiful.
Oh, up there,
Up there.
which I can see.
So these are all really good terms. So essentially what we can take from this when we're pulling together, starting to craft a vision statement. And the way this would work is what we're pulling from you all is what are those keywords that you're looking for the future of Jefferson County? And then we can kind of take that information, a lot of based on what we've heard from you all today and start to craft some draft versions of what a mission statement could kind of be pulled together from these words. And then you all would ultimately, as the board, get to decide, what is the final vision statement. We can tweak things, but we just want those keywords from you all directly to kind of help develop that. So beautiful being the largest word on the board today, and
Ooh,
connector. I
connector.
like that. So
It's
those
a
are,
beautiful connector.
it is a beautiful connector. You want to be
Beautiful connector.
So there's a lot of really good words in here that I think that we'd be able to really kind of craft a good vision statement based on everything that we've heard today. I think these are very strong words to kind of develop that. And again, like Laura mentioned, we're just looking towards the future and you're always aiming for it, but that's kind of where we're headed. Anybody have one on there that they found surprising that they hadn't thought of themselves?
Well, tell me about beautiful. What,
Yeah,
why would
so
beautiful be?
Anyone who
vision.
put in beautiful, how is that term associated with the JCDA? Because the community's beautiful, because you have a lot of.
It looks like it came up more than once.
It did,
too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a
So-
popular term. And so what for those of you that are in the process of doing the exercise, what did that mean to you when you were saying, when you put beautiful in? Were you thinking of the fact that it's a beautiful environment? You have, this very sort of natural element to your county and
Does that go back to the rural character?
or does it go
that
back to the
talked about?
character and the rural character of the community?
I didn't put that in, but I mean, it is beautiful and agriculture comes up there too. And I mean, our actual landscape, I moved here from New York City and it's like, the first thing I noticed, it was beautiful. So I don't know how it directly relates to the JCDA besides businesses that are associated to those things like agriculture, agritourism, landscape type things, but I can see how there could be a connection.
Beautiful people that are on the board.
It's a great looking building too.
Right, yeah.
It is a nice building.
How's
Yeah.
that work? Okay.
Well, the character of the towns and municipalities.
Yeah.
I think beautiful to me speaks to one of our senses, the visual side. And that's oftentimes how we shop and where we live. So beauty does come into a decision matrix.
So it's almost like
The heart side,
aesthetics.
yes.
A little less
Heart
of,
side.
about it being beautiful, but the aesthetic and how it looks, it's attractive.
Mhm. And that's as we refined our mission statement and we said balance, maybe aesthetics is really the balance we're trying to look towards as well. Because then that enables a purchase decision. I want to be here. Or the question, I was looking at my notes when we did this, why Jefferson County? I think you start answering some of the whys with these words.
Well, I think when you ask people why they've moved from Loudoun County over here, I think the first one is, well, because of the taxes, it's cheaper living over here. Okay. I don't think it's because of all the amenities that's over here.
No.
I
That people
agree.
come into Jefferson County because of
And they
that.
complain
Heather,
about
it's
the lack of
interesting because
amenities.
I participate at the farmer's market, so it's
Oh.
interesting the reconnaissance you get on Saturdays. And most of the people who, and this is a Gallup organization would fire me because it's a statistically invalid survey of 5 people or 10 people who stop by the booth when we do our fundraising. But most of the time it is about taxes. It's about congestion. But also, Kathy, something very interesting, there seems to be a lot of issues with schools in Frederick and Loudoun County relative to just congestion and overcrowding. And they come here and they see fewer people and they think, okay, well, this is naturally better. And elbow room. So I'm not in Manhattan but if you go upstate New York, you got a lot of room, but most of the concentration here, people just like room. They like maybe a little Mayberry, got my plot of land. And my
Yep.
yard is, 9,000, 10,000 square feet or a quarter or a half acre. So those are all qualitative aspects that I think resonate that we should be ambassadors for.
The one thing I want to do in this same vein, and we hit on it a little bit earlier, but part of this whole day-long exercise is to build consensus initially within the board. And one thing that we found over time of doing these is that a lot of people have very different ideas of what a strategic plan is. And so, let's spend a little bit of time talking about, at least at a basic level, what a strategic plan is. And then maybe you guys can give us some feedback to see if that lines up with, because this is important. It sounds innocent enough, but we want to make sure that your view of what this end product's going to be lines up with what we're going to ultimately give you. So I don't know, Laura, you might want to
Yeah,
just
we're
give
gonna
a
talk.
quick overview
Yeah,
on
we'll
that.
talk a bit about what a strategic plan is, and sort of the value. So essentially, and you can see up on the screen, a strategic planning is done by lots of different organizations. It's not unique to governmental entities. It's not unique. I mean, this is something that's done from large corporations all the way down to small businesses and all public entities and agencies in between. And it's because it's an organizational process. And it uses all of that available knowledge that you have of your organization and, your goals and where you want to be, to document your intended direction. So it's going to help us prioritize. It's going to help with allocation of resources, and of course, aligning your stakeholders on your goals. So the different folks that you have on your board, but also the types of organizations that you work with, you partner with, all coming together on goals that you can move forward on. And then assuring that those goals are backed by some sort of data or sound reasoning. So strategic planning, the whole purpose of it is to really help you organize in a way that gives you some actions over the short term and long term. And that's where your goals come into play. That's where your objectives and your strategies start coming in. And so, of course, this is going to create that forward-focused vision. That's kind of our goal of a strategic plan, which you had in your 2021 to 2025 plan. You had a series of goals. You had a lot of strategies and objectives associated with those. So while we may not, the outcome of this workshop is not going to be a new strategic plan, it is going to be an outline essentially, or some targeted components of the makings of a strategic plan. So that it puts you in a position to start the process of preparing the strategic plan for the 2026 to 2030 timeframe. So there are a lot of benefits to having that, but ultimately it becomes your guiding document over those years where you can keep going back to it. And I know measurability is a big component there for our, it's been brought up a few times. You want to make sure that you can measure your progress. And that may be an area where the prior strategic plan was not as quantitative in a measurement way with your strategies or your objectives of how to measure that progress. So going forward, it sounds like that's something that y'all do want to be able to prioritize a little bit more is, are we moving the needle toward these goals, towards achieving the goals? Have we made progress? So that's something else that your strategic plan is going to be able to help you do over these next few years that you're using that strategic plan. Each year, you'll be able to look back and say, here's how I measure my progress on that. It does help us with identifying challenges. And understanding that challenges come externally. The challenges that you're facing as an organization do not tend to be internal. Some may be, but those outward challenges are what you have to overcome as an organization. And those could be any number of things. We talk about, state legislation sometimes can be an external challenge to organizations because it may remove some authority or some direct oversight of the local entity. It may remove some of that, or it may force new mandates. And so those are things that are external. They're not in your control, but they're things that affect you and they challenge your ability to advance your goals.
You talked about public utilities and how much authority you would have over that same thing.
And so when we were earlier, when we were saying we were talking about lessons learned, we were talking about some of these challenges that had come up. Identifying those can help us for developing context for goals and strategies for the future. Because we'll know what kind of things are either anticipated or that could come up so that we can do this in a way that helps you essentially have alternatives to respond as those challenges begin to reveal themselves if they do. If they don't, great, wonderful. But if they do, then you have a path and you know kind of how you're going to pivot to navigate. So we do want to do another one of the type of things you just did. Is that what the next slide is? Yeah, is to identify those challenges. So from that perspective of what are those things from the outside looking inward to the development authority as a unit? What are the things you feel like you have as challenges that you have to overcome or that you have to adjust to continue being effective as an entity? Are they, collaboration with the cities? Is it lack of partnerships? Is it the state and the mandates coming down from the state? Is it infrastructure and the lack of, robust infrastructure for certain things? What types of things on the outside are you all having to navigate as an organization and that could inhibit your advancement towards your goals?
Now, we've talked about a lot of these things already in the morning session, so now we're going to kind of create a word cloud.
You
out of it.
document it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this time you're gonna do the same thing. You scan your QR code. And then, you can put in as many things as you want to put in. So really the goal here is submit as many things that you think that you identify as challenges or that you see as challenges to this development
Shouldn't be
authority.
too hard because we've talked about.
We have talked about a lot of them, right?
Yeah. So,
But sometimes as you start thinking about them more broadly, it kind of helps tease things out a bit.
it'll be fun to see if any of these get doubled up.
I don't know, but somebody brought their thesaurus. Bifurcation,
Well, we know
solvency.
who
I
did
love
that.
it.
Mr. Franklin, who has the vocabulary.
I love listening to Raymond talk.
Has there been any thought about, I mean, obviously I see the history and we've talked about the perceived trustworthiness. Has there been anything internally that you all have ever discussed to kind of think about best ways to combat that? Or get back into the community or to regain some trust that you
Yeah,
feel
I
like you may
think-
have lost?
I think the way, because oddly enough, and I just took it as a, humorous thing, that I was getting all condolences and I didn't know that I was wearing black or going to some funeral when I was appointed. But what I've done is I've just reached out. I mean, you've really got to be antisocial if you just don't want to have a cup of coffee or a conversation. And I think that is the easiest, most disarming way that one can get engagement. Now,
Absolutely.
it's guerrilla warfare because there are only 11 of us and what, our county's 50-some thousand, 60,000 people.
61
So
or
that would
something like
take 100 years to do, but I think at a minimum, if we display in the market the leadership skills that we embrace and we've embraced because we were talking about it today, I think that's how credibility works because, oh, that dude Raymond, but he's here and he says, he does what he say and, and does this. And so I think we could be really a little bit of a human PR campaign. to
I agree.
answer-
I also picked up on the moment that you said he does what he says. It's follow through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is going to be something that I think will really resonate with the community. So, and yeah, you are 11 against 61,000, but you talk to one person and they talk to two people.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So it's making sure that by word of mouth that, you are responsive, you're trying, and bringing that kind of trustworthiness is going to be very important. I think that's going to obviously been a reoccurring theme of today's conversation. So I think it's definitely something that we need to, you don't have to worry about the plan spelling that out for you. I think that's something that you all need to tackle quickly. And doing things like that by going out and reaching out and being willing to have those discussions and then having some follow through to go after it. Like they may bring a problem, be like, okay, let me see what I can do for you. And you don't have to worry about the strategic plan for that part. It is purely like, go ahead and start building that because that's going to be something you're going to have to build over time. It's not, I don't want to say years, but hopefully time can kind of start to feel that for you.
That's,
Yeah.
that's why it's so important for this thing to ultimately be measurable. Because, and have, again, we keep saying that short, medium and long range goals because, yeah, you can't meet with 61,000 people, but the way you do, the 61,000 people see progress. So they see these projects and then that ties back into your goals and that's how you reach everybody.
And
They
to
see
s-
the work getting
And to a
done.
certain extent, Todd mentioned it earlier. I thought, or we had a discussion to potentially post the data center learning on our website. And I think the more that we do that in the spirit of transparency and learning, I think also, oh, they're a resource for XYZ, the things that are competent to the development authority. And
Yeah, if we could foster this continued community engagement
Engagement.
series
Yeah.
kind of thing, right?
Mhm.
Create these opportunities again for dialogue, right? Because we've talked about this, one-sided conversations. If we can, create the dialogue forum, then maybe there's opportunity there. I also think one of the keys, nothing grows success like some success.
That's what.
Right,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
And I think one of the keys is that we have a wide variety of goals because my experience in local government has taught me that opportunity and circumstance play just as much
Mhm.
a role into quality goals. And so you have to be mindful and aware enough to recognize right now might not be the time to pursue this goal, right? The political winds are not in our favor. but they are in our favor to make progress on these 2 or 3 goals. And so let's take the opportunity now to capitalize on these, knowing that these are still priorities, but we just need to shelve them until the politics change.
So that's why it's so important to really start with those short range goals, because that momentum is a huge thing. And even something like just improving your social media presence or website, it just getting some of these things going creates momentum. It's the whole pushing the refrigerator over metaphor. And so you're going about it the right way, but momentum is a huge thing in these strategic plans. Once they get started, projects start spinning off, money starts coming in from grants, and it's hard to stop it.
It's also important to celebrate your wins. So
Absolutely.
communicating wins in the way that, so that you're controlling that narrative on the win is big. It's something that also attracts attention from private investment and the private sector.
Yeah.
So when you guys have a great project that occurs, or a city gets a really great project, or a city does something like they extend water lines somewhere, the thing is, it's not always fun for anyone who's an elected official to try to run on something people can't see. You know, it's great when you get to open a park, right? Everybody gets to see the park. It's beautiful and everybody's looking at this amazing park. But you extend sewer lines, and even though this improved the quality of life, protected the environment, and overall made for a better environment for business, nobody got to ribbon cut the new sewer line.
Yeah.
And there was no exciting moment about it. And it's not as
Yeah.
much of this thing that people are out there celebrating and talking about. But the people who do want to see that are the exact entities you're trying to attract as, you know, major employment providers and these major business centers and stuff like that, that you're trying to attract into your county. Private dollars follow public. So celebrate the wins. Even if they're not JCDA wins, you can celebrate wins of the city because you promoting good things that the cities are doing and getting that message out there. If the cities and the county may not be messaging them as much as you think may be helpful to the business community, you all can push it out there and message it and say, okay, well, the JCDA wants to spotlight that Branson just extended water to here, or just put new turn lanes in on this road, and this is helping with congestion, or has retimed the lighting at this intersection. Like, it
All the
can be
little things.
the
Build 'em
little
up.
things.
Yeah, I know the school system does it, you know, we just did it this year. It came at a bit of a controversy, but we hired a communications specialist, right? With the goal of being able to tell our story and not let the reporters or, you
Mhm.
know, the various lobbying groups that are out there tell the story for us, but, you know, take some ownership and author the story, you know, the way we know it should be presented.
A little more tactical, and we don't have to talk about it, but just to throw it in the basket of thoughts. We talk a lot about attraction, and I'd like the same amount of caloric thought to be on retention and expansion. And if you link that to successes that could be announced, you know, this company has expanded. And I think that's exciting, because then you can kind of reverse engineer and target like companies, or use testimonial of those companies to attract and say, look, these are the businesses that are thriving here. Would you consider moving? And so I think we could look at the retention expansion paradigm in a very different way to help the JCDA back to the credibility, because it's also a role to keep the businesses as it is for your organization. So I think at some
Right.
point in this journey, maybe we could, not today, but in the future, allow for that type of thought.
It's not just about the businesses, it's also about the workforce.
Yeah.
Because like the county and the school system had a really great partnership this year where you guys needed 911 operators, and we trained, we had a whole cohort of 911 operator, program. And so they graduate this weekend and they can start working next week.
Correct.
And so, there was a need, there was a source, and we partnered together and solved the problem. So, but it's not, you can have businesses come here, but unless you have the workforce for them, it's like, we can build schools, but unless we have the teachers, it's still a problem.
And I'm wondering, to that point, if one of the measures of success shouldn't be solely jobs, because I don't know that jobs is the driver as much as what is the lift in economic revenue that we need to pay for the. So what does the scorecard look like? Is it the 1979
Yeah.
scorecard that has, you know, the A, Bs and Cs like this, or is our scorecard different? And
Well,
so,
see, that's the big mistake a lot of times people make. None of these things happen in a vacuum. Jobs or transportation, housing or education. That's the hard part about this, is to figure out, is it chicken or egg, or chicken and the egg situation, but none of it happens.
And we do have these conversations a lot around economic development, is when we talk about economic development and being really thoughtful about growth in the economy, what does the positive part of that look like? What is the outcome you're looking for? Are you looking for jobs? Are you looking for high wage jobs? Or are you looking for the industry itself? Because those two things don't always come together. Sometimes the industry itself is great for tax base, but it doesn't actually generate that many great jobs. Or you may get a lot of great jobs out of something that doesn't really generate much tax base.
Or the industry might not come because you don't have infrastructure.
Exactly. So it's like,
or the school, the education.
Or specific educated workforce. So
Mhm.
it's, got to attack it from all angles.
it's kind of like distribution centers or something I use as an example a lot, because, you know, when we hear folks talk about economic development and wanting to see growth in the industrial sector, and then they're like, it's great, we've got this huge new industrial park that's going in, it's gonna have warehousing, but it's gonna be kind of like flex space, there's gonna be office spaces on the front. And then it's okay, wonderful. And then the tenant that ends up being in there is a distribution center. Well, that's like no jobs. It's just a big building
Right.
full of stuff, and most of the stuff inside the building's automated. So yeah, it created a nice chunk of tax base, but it didn't really give employment opportunities to the folks who already live here. It didn't grow your employment opportunity mechanism, though it did generate really good tax base. So do you say, well, we don't really want that? Or do you just say we want all of it? We want a combination, and that's that balance. Is we don't just say, no, I never want a distribution center because they don't bring as many high wage jobs as, you know, a research and development or a light manufacturing operation would. However, that balance, right, is finding the jobs, the tax base, the labor force, all of those things together. So I think,
And that's, I think we're headed in an interesting direction, because when you listen to the public, often you hear, you know, they want retail, they want restaurants, agritourism is a big thing right now, but none of those come with jobs that are substantial, right? They're the lower
Correct.
end, and they're
Yeah.
jobs that aren't going to allow you to live in this community. At the same time, you know, there's a lot of concern about the pace of residential growth, and there seems to be this growing consensus that they want less density. Less density is fine, but less density is how you end up with $1 million homes, right? And that's not what we want either, right? And so, but we want the jobs that allow people to live here, but we're not putting the right pieces of the equation together.
Yeah, I agree.
And I would say, just an example of that, of when you speak infrastructure, at least generally you think roads, bridges, the rest, but I also think of infrastructure. I think of my life. So, you know, I had 4 people in my dorm room, and then when I graduated, I rented and I had 3 people. Then I bought my first condo, and it was 700 square feet, and that was my first home. Then I bought a bigger condo. Then I went to a townhouse, and then I went to a single family. And if I look at our inventory of homes in the area, there is not an inventory that would allow growth in place. I'm either at a townhouse and driving up to Panera, it's now 400.
Mhm.
And if I'm starting out at a wage of what, $35, $45 an hour, as a banker, I can't give you the loan. And so then how do we fix that stream, that there could be this ecosystem of graduation as the life cycle and earning power of our citizens migrate from start to, you know, bigger and affordability? That's also a big element.
Well, and we're not encouraging our people here to be able to do that because I live in Huntsville and behind me, they've gone crazy and between $500 and $750,000 for a home, single family home that you know very good and well, if anybody works in Jefferson County, they're not gonna be able to afford it. So that means all those people are coming from other areas here. So we're not helping our own people. We're not.
That's why I think we need to try to focus
Yeah.
on where the people that are buying here, what type of work they're doing and where they're working,
Right.
so that we can try to reach out to their employers or similar employers and encourage them to look at relocating here or
Right.
expanding here.
Yeah,
Also,
good mix of
housing that
housing
is-
options.
Sorry,
I
go
was
ahead.
just gonna say, a good mix of housing options is very important.
Yeah, and we don't have that.
No, we don't.
We
But
don't.
it's not,
It's one or the other.
lots of people
or-
suffer from that. It's not just.
Or living in
Jefferson
somebody's
County.
basement.
And
Usually
it
your
can be
family's
very
basement.
difficult to attract certain types of industry when there is not a housing supply that would be affordable to their workforce.
Right.
So, when you're wanting to bring in, more industry oriented jobs, whether that be in the tech or R&D and manufacturing field, bringing someone like that here and establishing them, they're going to look at what the housing conditions are. Can the folks that we're going to need to hire, can they afford to live here? Is there a housing supply here that will accommodate the 60 jobs we're needing here, or are they all going to be coming from outside?
And again, my comments, I don't want to be, a downer, but I think we are fortunate and very blessed to be in a very thriving community. I think my comments are, how can we continue that, sun shining, let's make hay, and let's make hay with the right balance of things going on, because we're fortunate to have the land, we're fortunate to have the rivers and the mountains to hike. Just hike up Maryland Heights and you're just blown away when you see Harper's Ferry below. So it is a treasure, and you use the word steward. We are somewhat stewards of this.
Absolutely. And you all identified a lot of challenges. When you look up here, workforce, history, politics, infrastructure, trustworthiness, utilities, housing, embracing change, extreme growth, external perception. Those are big things that are challenges that are not small to overcome, but the fact that you can at least identify them and that they exist means that you actually probably have a better understanding of a lot of this than maybe you think you naturally do, because really these are big issues. They are challenges, and they are things that you face on a daily situation, especially as you're trying to advance growth and bring in the types of things that are going to help this economy. So with those in mind, essentially, what we want to do is try to think about some goals, not necessarily actually formulate these into exact, this is goal 1, goal 2, goal 3. We need to be thinking about these a little bit more broadly so that we can kind of help summarize that information so that it can inform defining those goals more discreetly in the future. But they should focus on using your strengths and opportunities to offset some of those challenges or to overcome some of those challenges that we just talked about. So if we think about goals that would forward the economic outlook of Jefferson County, what types of things, and I'm not saying, it should be this word, these exact words or this exact sentence, what types of things fall into that thought process in terms of like, what are some things that you think would be goals? And I don't know if we printed the goals on here. Are those the goals
This was the goals. Yes.
in the green box?
Yep,
Or
green
no,
box was
these were the
previous
values
goals.
or were these the
No,
goals? These were the
those
goals.
goals.
Okay. Sorry, the green box that's in front of you, that's the goals that were out of your prior strategic plan. So you had 7. Recruit new businesses, support the sustainability growth and expansion of existing businesses and industries, market and promote Jefferson County as a great place to do business, Increase and diversify funding sources to support operations, programs, and future business building initiatives. Advocate for infrastructure, resources, policies, legislation. Establish strong strategic partnerships with municipalities, economic development organizations. These are more of those sort of partnership aspects. And then strengthen the organizational effectiveness through stronger governance. One of the things that I've seen a few times that I think may be helpful to start sort of honing in on is funding sources. Because one of the things that that came up in the challenges was financial solvency. And then, but in your goals, it talks about increase and diversify funding sources or funding resources. So what, and maybe this is not part of goal setting, but I mean, I know that a large portion of the funding for the authority comes from the county. What other funding sources does the JCDA rely on?
So first, let me just say, I feel like those types of goals are way too generic, right?
I thought these
really-
were the values.
No, the values are different.
Really like to come out of this with something more than.
Oh, yeah, they were like
Yes.
excellence and ingenuity and all that, yeah.
We've not talked about this a lot today, or at all really, but I'd say for the last 30 years, the Development Authority has been in the business park development business. And what this board inherited was 3 business parks that had 2 lots remaining, of which we've sold 1, and now we're down to 1 lot. We've got no future area designated. We've got no funding to buy it with at present. And frankly, we're upside down on the old business park ventures that we did inherit. I think one of the questions we've all asked, and we've certainly toyed with in a few meetings and conversations is, do we take the bite on the next business park? I think there are some ideal candidate locations. I'm confident we could figure the funding piece out. But is that a business that is worth continuing to pursue? I think that is one of the questions I come into this process with, and certainly if done correctly, I think that could be part of our financial solvency issue. But right now we're at a pretty bleak place. I think some of that's circumstantial. Obviously, many of those lots were sold, post 2008, but yet the property for those business parks was bought pre-2008. So that's not the sole factor, but I think it's certainly a big piece of answering the whys to it. Some sort of perception that, you had to keep moving property in some way to maintain some sort of cash flow, I guess. There are other sources. There's an annual grant that we pursue through the state. And there is some residual ARPA money, but beyond that, we don't have much income.
Does the county have a grant writer?
Yes.
Still,
Hmm?
still. Didn't you get rid of her?
No,
Or just, they
Well,
didn't get rid of the
Jennifer-
position?
Yeah, Jennifer left.
Okay.
Jennifer Dugo left. She was.
correct. Yeah, she was
working
replaced,
for the-
yes.
Yeah, but now you have a new grant.
Yeah,
Correct,
person
yes.
In that role.
Mhm.
Um,
And she's been very active in grant writing.
Or any towns or municipalities have their own within the county that you know? of?
I think everybody that I'm aware of uses outsourced consulting firms.
It's not unusual.
So the business parks.
And I'll just say from the experiences that I've had, many of the grants that are received, they might be good for the implementation piece, but they're not good at the administrative
Oh,
overhead
yes.
piece, right? And
Right.
you still got to figure out how to carry that before you can get to the core project. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. So the business parks, when y'all took those on and developed these business parks and then sold the lots off within them, right, to be built as different businesses. Do you feel like that is a core component of the JCDA's purpose? Do you feel like developing those parks so that you have lots that are ready to deploy or ready to build
I'd
sites
say it's
essentially?
certainly been part of this body's
Mhm.
core identity over the last 30 years. Is it part of our core identity going forward? I don't know.
I think that's where I would want you all to tell us. The lane that we've been in is a road
Mhm.
that we've traveled a lot. And you have an eagle's eye view in 50 states. And what are the best practices of development authorities? Now, we know Loudon, for instance, totally different. I mean, they've gone down the data center route and they have sloshing with money, which is great. Don't know that that's our same kind of drum, but we would want, is there an opportunity to add to? Don't know that I'm in the lot development because that carries a lot of risk and that's why we're upside down. So there needs to be an ancillary. And what we did explore, two elements is, do we go down the path of additional lots and we create a land lease situation so that there could be an income stream coming from the leasing of the lots to a private entrepreneur? Or do we build it ourselves and we become landlords and then we get an income stream? But then you're in the landlord business and
say,
that
do
comes
you
with
wanna
its
get
own
into that
issues.
business,
And is
right?
that our
Right.
mission? So truly, this is good because we're, I think, at an intersection to decide what is the mission, aside from what we need to do
Yeah.
from a purpose perspective.
So how many business parks have y'all developed? Is it 2 or 3?
3.
Technically, there are 3,
There's 3, right?
but they're all, I mean, they share borders, right? So
They're all kind of in the
same
same area.
Yes.
So you've developed 3 of these. You still have some lots in
One.
each of them.
It's one.
One.
Just
One.
one lot remaining?
One lot, there are a handful of lots that have never been built on.
They've been sold, they've just never been built on.
Correct. There's some, we may try to claw something like that back, but I don't see that as, substantial.
So do you feel like it's the JCDA's do you feel like those things wouldn't happen in the market on their own? Like a private developer wouldn't come in and develop
That's where I was going with
a
it,
business
so.
park if they felt like the market was there to support that? Do you feel like at this stage, the private sector would come in and do that? I understand a lot of times, these business parks get developed sort of as a catalyst or as an incubator. So like you kind of go out there and start the first one, and then the hope is that then the private developers come in and they continue that push, or it then acts as a catalyst to attract that private sector component in. Do you feel like there is a market for the private sector to want to come in to do that? Or do you feel like it still has to be essentially stimulated by,
I feel
Other
like in
entities.
its current configuration here in this community, it still needs to be incubated, right? Often the properties that would make sense, they don't have the utilities, right? They don't have the infrastructure. And so I've not seen an eagerness for private investment to put that infrastructure in to get it there. And so, I don't think what is in the current parks, I don't think 2/3 of it would have happened without the development authorities' input.
Plus, it hasn't been the greatest example. I mean, it's been happening over 30 years and we're hundreds of thousands of dollars underwater. So,
and you've
That's
got
not-
lots that still haven't even been built on,
Right.
even though
And
they've
so-
sold, stuff hasn't been built on them.
right, so I don't see an investor, necessarily jumping on that bandwagon.
You have,
Right.
you have also the market dynamics. So before was the financial collapse. Now we have the inverse happening. Lots of demand, little inventory, but the private sector is not going to build. And so when we did the analytics, when you build flex space is in high demand, but flex space not in the 200,000 or the 90 or the 60, more like, let's call it micro flex from 2,500 to maybe 5,000 square foot, where it's a small business that may want to put storage. Maybe you want a place where you need dry and it's climate and the rest. But when you have construction costs that you're looking at 250, 275 per square foot, you are not going to get the rents to support that. You come from a financing perspective, the cash flow isn't there, so the investor isn't going to come in.
And lots
So
of
it's
big
mostly
companies
owner
have-
occupied.
Lots of big companies have actually started going away from owning their own buildings.
Yeah.
They would rather lease because the technology is ever evolving. So their needs for the most efficient production of whatever it is that they're manufacturing or producing are constantly changing because they're trying to stay as up to date as possible on technology. And so we are seeing sort of a shift in the industrial space and this sort of like flex type of space from owner occupied and, someone coming in and building their own facility to use to folks that are more interested in saying, well, I'd like to lease that space for the next 20 years.
So it's interesting, right? That last lot that's left, the prior development authority had looked extensively at building flex space to lease. I think one of the things that we saw early on in our tenure was that there's already vacant flex space in the park. And so I think in part of our decision to not jump head over heels over that was, should we build something that already is vacant in the lot as it exists today? Now, I think there are some nuances there of maybe why some of it's vacant, but I think that was certainly part of our consideration. Maybe what is vacant isn't big enough for what would really drive a market for that.
And the return wasn't there when we looked at it. I mean, just the cost of building it. It was gonna take years and years and years to recoup anything, so.
So I guess then the question becomes, do you feel like for the JCDA, as we're starting to think about what a goal what these topics for goals might be, do you feel like that is a path that is still warranted to continue down over the next 5 years? Or do you feel like that is not something that remains a goal over the next 5 years? Do you continue to think of that as advancing a goal, this sort of development of these spaces? Or these, just the lands in general, even if the spaces weren't part of it?
I don't know that it's an absolute, like a light switch on off. I think it's more like a dimmer. In other words, it's the right solution at the right economic time that is driven by market demand. And right now we looked at it and we said, no, but maybe 3 years from now, but then it's incumbent upon us to really lay out, do we want another 100 acres?
Mhm.
And if we're going to do that, we have to work with the state because the way the loan was structured in 2009 is not the way that I would structure the loan just from a parochial banker position. But we need to look forward and maybe we have to bite that and say, okay, we, unlike an investor that needs to have returns first quarter, we are a very patient investor. So we could buy the land and sit on it for a long time, provided the financing stack is beneficial to us, to the state, et cetera, et cetera. So that, I would not exclude it just because it's not working now, but I would put it in the opportunity set to say, if this, when?
And if nobody else is gonna do it, we really should be the ones to do it because it needs to be done so that there is a place that's centrally located for all of these types of businesses, because otherwise you'll have a warehouse pop up here,
Yeah.
one pop up there, one pop up here, and it'll be spread out across the county as opposed to, centralized.
And do we ever want to be self-sustained? Because I know that came up when we were trying to hire a new executive director. That it was brought to us that if we had money, we could have our own executive director and that person could be our person. And we could, whatever,
Yeah,
but that we didn't have the money. So then now it's the county and now we're sharing the person.
at times we get compared to Berkeley County,
Yeah,
right? And the Berkeley County Development Authority is self-sustaining.
They are.
Of course, they have I-81, their community is much larger and they're just different. We are not them. And, we're very different. So, just understanding that comparison and what's happening with our neighbor and their, again, success drives
Needs
success,
Yes, it does.
right? And so when you look to the west at them, or to the east to Loudon, where all the
Loudon.
data centers are, right? And everything else that happens in Loudon, right? Sometimes we feel a little stuck in the mud.
Middle child.
Right?
Mhm.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about making spaces that are for growing businesses? So, I think there's oftentimes people are looking to attract the biggest thing. Sometimes, building something from the ground up can kind of hold and create legacy
Yeah.
business operations within your community that become foundational players. So, creating incubator space or something like that, where you can incubate new businesses and help them grow. And so they essentially occupy space with you for a period of time at very little rent. But then when they go out on their own, they stay in your community. They find a place within your community because they've established a consumer basis and they've established their practices within your community. So then as they move out and they're established and they can go beyond the space that you've allowed them to flourish in as a young business that's still trying to get it stabilized a little.
Yeah.
Then when they go out, then
Mm.
you can help them find that space within your community where they become
Well, and
self-sufficient.
sometimes that's actually part of the lease agreement that they agree to.
That they're going to stay in
Yeah.
operation within that
Yeah.
same area for some period of
We've
time
done
after.
that with some test things with housing where the city would looked at sponsoring a housing or apartment complex, working with some of the business owners to house interns and people right out of school, but then they would get that at lower than market rate. But then as part of that, in return, they would agree to stay within and live and work within the city limits for X amount of time. And so it's,
I remember, when Berkeley County landed Procter and Gamble, I remember hearing this conversation a couple times, and it was, we would probably never be able to land a Procter and Gamble here, but what we can land are the businesses that will feed Procter and Gamble.
Mm.
I think it kind of goes to that point. Maybe they're not all brand new startups, but maybe that is our.
Maybe some of them are the sort of the induced aspect of things or the indirect aspect of things, because so often we see the economic value of something is great. And here's what that generates in jobs and consumer spending and all these things. But what does it spin off? Because it also spins off jobs in other industries and it spins off wages and spending and growth in other industries. And those things that are benefiting from it don't necessarily have to be in the same area. So something that's happening in a neighboring county even could be supported by industry within your county.
you're really leveraging those large scale developments that have already happened.
Yeah, that's the other thing we have in Jefferson County is a couple significant, governmental operations. Now, there's limited value to those, right? Because they're not tax-paying entities. But it's those ancillary services that, maybe there's
Spring
a
up.
lane that we need to exploit at a greater pace.
I think that's a big opportunity here. Just the way you're geographically located within some of the larger.
Yeah, because not
Yes,
only are
okay.
many of those large governmental operations here in this community, but they're in the neighboring states as well, right? Within a easy service area.
Something we'll definitely be looking into as part of this process.
So given those financial constraints, how do we think about the types of goals? Like what kinds of categories even do you think that those goals fall into? I mean, you see here, these are very broad, which is fine. Goals being broad is fine. It's not bad that they're broad. What we need to drill down on is what you're going to do to try to advance towards those goals. So for example, the first goal that you had in your last strategic plan was recruit new businesses to Jefferson County. What is one thing that could be done to recruit new businesses to Jefferson County that the JCDA can do?
Adopt a well thought out, glossy strategic plan document that we can show people that we're headed in the right direction.
Mhm.
I
Right.
like that.
But she's right. There's nothing wrong with these sort of top level, wide ranging goals, but this is why we want to do this way, is because we want to create sub bullets for each
To
of
feed
these
each of these, yeah.
that let us figure out A, how to do it, and B, how to measure it.
Right.
They need
That's
to be
just
measurable in time.
saying you want to recruit, that's great, but
How do you do it?
how do we
Right, how
do
you
it?
do it.
So that's where we're trying to take this.
And 7 goals may be too many. It's okay if it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is, you got 5 years and for a strategic, like this strategic plan, y'all tend to do 5-year strategic plans. So in 5 years, we're not saying that you're going to reach or meet or satisfy that goal in 5 years. But
Yeah.
7 goals may be too many.
Yeah, I would
may be
say,
spreading
I would
yourselves
say
too
it
thin.
probably is too many, and some of these might be able to be combined, but especially when you start adding these sub tabs.
So here's one, recruit new businesses and this is harder than it sounds, right? Because of what this is, but we need to pick a lane, right? We need to determine that economic identity. I feel like in this community over the last few years, we've said no to an awful lot and have yet to figure out what we're ready to say yes to. But boy, we say no and we say it pretty darn loudly, quite often. And the only thing that I hear even a tepid yes to are things that don't seem to move the needle very much. Business incubation is great,
Well, we had.
but I
that
don't
once.
think it feeds what we're trying to feed.
Yeah, we had that in the industrial park once, because I remember going there for a ribbon cutting. We had it was an incubator, and I can't remember who the person was, but it was incubators
Mhm.
up there where the DMV was, all around in that area, and that lasted for maybe a year or two. And then
Yeah.
everybody left, and then nobody came in, and so, yeah, I agree. I don't.
So what do you feel like if you had if you were recruiting a specific industry or type of business, what do you feel like you could get a yes on?
Well, I
The
had
type,
here when
Go
we
ahead.
did.
I want to hear the
Daycare.
answers to the daycare.
daycare?
Daycare.
Oh,
We have about a 13-month wait on daycare.
On childcare facilities?
And that is something that is not going away, and we're not attracting expansion of that. You look at other areas and you see larger daycare centers that are all over the counties, and we don't see that here.
It's not just daycare, it's also pre-K, because as a school system, we're only allowed to have so many pre-K kids
Mhm.
and it has to be matched in the private sector. And so if there's no private sector to match, we're limited as to how many pre-K kids we can have.
Right.
Why?
State rules.
Really?
Mm-hmm,
That's pretty interesting.
mm-hmm.
But in a neighboring state, they did away with that minimum. Is
In a
that right? I
state.
think in Frederick County,
Okay.
they opened it up to universal pre-K.
Oh.
And that ate into the childcare situation. And so the most profitable level of childcare was then kind of ripped away from the childcare operators, which is why some childcare operators came across the border to look for other opportunities.
Yes, but we
Yes.
could partner with them because every child that they take, we could take more kids. And so, we're limited by the state, the public-private ratio. And so if there's no private childcare out here, pre-K, we can't expand our pre-K. It's insane.
And the
Sounds
pre-K tends to be part of traditional early learning
Child
preschool.
and
And they
childcare.
add pre-K on as part of their daycare operation. And
Mm.
so if you don't have, and you've got a 13-month wait at most childcare facilities, that ratio is not changing if more facilities aren't opening and then creating new opportunities to have private pre-K options, correct?
And it is the most profitable because, you can have one adult for so many pre-K kids, whereas like a newborn, you have a much smaller
And
ratio.
the ratios are much tighter. So is that something that you've heard from either your business community or your population community? that is a concern or an issue that they're facing in terms of the folks that are moving here, especially folks that are moving, because we've talked about it being a bit of a bedroom community and you're getting a lot of commuters. If that's the case, where are their kids going where are their young children going during the day?
We've had this conversation and we actually had the YMCA present to us many times and they were trying to put a facility here in Jefferson County and Berkeley County kind of beat us to it as far as funding. But, you know, we're hoping and they're hoping that we can still put a YMCA facility, you know, full facility here in Jefferson County. They're working on a daycare proposal with Shepherd University right now, but they want to come into this market and they want to provide childcare. I mean, they're evidently the number one childcare provider across the country. Who knew?
YMCA is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Because they do that because the parents could go work out and they can leave the kids
Right.
at the facility, but also they have all the after-school programs and also all the summer camps are held there. So it becomes a nucleus for families to.
Well, those programs I knew about at the Y. I just didn't know about the like
Oh,
early
day-
education stuff.
yeah,
I didn't know that they
daycare
offered
is-
daycare there.
Automatic.
Is it just
No.
not profitable for private people to do it, or why do we not have more here?
I don't know.
It's just, we don't know.
I don't know.
Oh,
I mean, that's the question, right? I mean, I know it was very expensive whenever my kids were in daycare and it
Right.
wasn't that long ago. It
Right.
was, we used to call it our second mortgage payment.
Right.
Like it was literally the joke we had in our house. We have two mortgage payments. We have the
Well,
house and then we have the childcare.
It's,
I think too, after COVID hit, a lot of daycares, they kind of went out of business because people were staying home, so they were taking care of their
Mhm.
kids. So I think that was, maybe
is there a barrier of entry to like get into it? though?
maybe,
From like health ordinances or something we don't know about, or
I don't know.
I don't understand
there's,
the why.
there's not a lot. I mean, I don't know if it is profitable to start a daycare. I don't know.
Well, it's also the building of the center because unless you've got
Right.
vacant buildings
Yeah,
that they're going to go occupy and convert into this type of space, they're going to be building a new structure.
so maybe one of our goals could be to, you know, help the financial foundation, not to finance it, but help provide or find resources for them to build.
Which is another component of recruiting new businesses. Because if you're trying to recruit new businesses in and they've got a workforce that's going to come with them, they have the component of,
Childcare.
I'm going to need childcare if I'm bringing in these new jobs. A lot of these people are going to come in and eventually, if they don't have them then, they may have families in the future and childcare is going to be a component there.
I can see that as a strong tenet of one of our goals. Or at least being in the goals.
I mean, that could be part of your strategies under a goal. So if,
Sure.
you know, one of your goals being recruit new businesses, one of your strategies under that could be find partners to try to enhance or increase the number of student stations available in pre-K and earlier childcare and daycare facilities. Where you can look at how to maybe work with existing operators and see if they're able to expand their operation versus having to start a whole new operation somewhere, which has its own obviously
Well,
hurdles.
the
but-
JCDA did a survey and did a whole study on childcare and it was lacking.
Yeah.
I mean, Daryl might have more information on this. On the daycare side,
Who?
Daryl,
Daryl.
behind you.
Oh,
You mind
I
chiming in?
forgot you were still back there.
Actually, we owned a childcare center for 15 years in Morgan County.
But
Yeah,
you personally did?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I understand the issue well, but it's all those things.
Okay.
It's a challenge. Here, I think you have people that drop out of the workforce if they can't find. Change jobs or relocate. It's certainly affecting the workforce here in Jefferson.
So when our fellow went and did all this like research, right?
Yes,
So,
there's been a report done and our fellow updated the numbers in the report
okay,
earlier this year. And we've been on a little tour around the municipalities to talk about the solution that identified was finding more spots available.
okay.
So increasing the supply of provide conversations. So.
Okay.
And that's a bit of a challenge. I mean, you have providers who are nonprofits
Mm.
competing directly for students and providers who are for-profit. You're talking about starting a business in childcare and how much it costs. You'll have to compete a for-profit business with a nonprofit business with the government. So, the most profitable customer you have has shifted regulatorily to the government and away from the private sector. Now, the private sector has to try to compete with the government, with the church's nonprofit who's just trying to provide it as a service.
Mhm.
So it's a challenge. And there are regulations, most of the providers in Jefferson County, you'll find out, are not the big 100 or 150 student centers. It'll be at-home childcare providers, 6 or 8 kids at someone's house. That number could be opened up just a little bit. I think it would help if there were 8 or 9 students allowed at a house. 6 or 7, it probably.
So there's currently a home childcare condition has a limit to the number of children that can be under the supervision, correct?
It does by state law.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but, yeah, we've identified it as a workforce development challenge. Solution is, there's a conversation with YMCA and a national provider to try to come in and increase the supply.
Absolutely.
This is a little bit down the rabbit hole, but I stumbled onto an interesting conversation between some folks a couple days ago. Of the private providers in Jefferson County that you have engaged with or that we have, engaged with, are they supportive of more childcare opportunities? Because the conversation I walked into wasn't that.
Yeah.
And I found that interesting that they weren't supportive of, at least the people that I heard talking, of competition.
Well, I haven't heard, but it's been my general practice that I've hear people in the industry who do quality provided childcare are satisfied with others who want to do quality provided childcare. So maybe in-home providers are not happy with a YMCA, big national firm coming in. That may be very
That
true.
qualifier of
Yeah.
qualified, right?
Well, I think when YMCA started coming in, there was a lot of, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I know that it was kind of presented as they're going to come in and they're going to do childcare, they're going to do after-school programs, they're going to, just because we don't have any of that in Jefferson County. Well, that's not true because Parks and Rec does have that as well. Not saying that YMCA couldn't do it, but I think because our county has never had a YMCA, we don't know about a YMCA. I mean, I think that people that other counties have got YMCA think they're wonderful and they've helped them and their children have helped them and kept them out of jail or whatever else. We have not had that experience. So I think anything new coming into the areas like, okay, that's a big business and what are they going to come in and they're going to take away this, this, and this. They're going to take away something from me instead of help me. I think that could be a possibility.
I'm sure it is. Whenever we started ours, we went to see our local community bank, borrowed money, built a building. Went to see the Secretary of State, started a business. So if we were to do all that, you have a private sector provider doing those things as a business. And then all of a sudden a nonprofit like YMCA is coming to town and doing a fundraising campaign for other people are going to donate to the YMCA to build a childcare center to compete directly with me. That, I can see where that could be.
Well, and that was even like, because I sit on the Parks and Rec board, that was even a concern of Parks and Rec. Okay, so when are they going to come to the county commission to get funding, YMCA? So Parks and Rec already does that. So how thin is how much money is in that pot and how much money is it going to be? So again, it's the fear of the unknown, big thing coming into the area and what's going to happen to me, because I am all about me.
It's called change.
Well, yes.
Well, what the study shows, the demand is so high that all those things could happen. Parents who are looking for quality care would still be not, flooded with options. So.
Right.
One of the other things we saw in Virginia, we saw a lot of the karate or type centers were doing after-school care. Picking the kids up from school, taking them back to their facility. And there was one in Herndon, had a second floor classroom. They would sit down and do their homework. They would come downstairs for their Taekwondo lessons. And then their parents would come home from work and stop by and pick them up after class. And that was, if you look at a lot of the schools over in Virginia, you would see a lot of vans out there after school to pick the kids up, to bring them back to their facility, for after school care.
Does Jefferson County Schools not offer after-school care? Is that not a program they offer?
We work with Alpha Best and they do, but it's not at every school.
Okay.
What is it?
Alpha Best,
Are they just like a private?
it's a private company. They're the only ones that have ever bid on it.
And they do it at the school? But it's not, but they're a contract
It's
provider,
a contract
correct?
provider. It's not.
So you guys
Jefferson
put out an
County Schools.
RFP for that?
Mhm.
Okay.
So the schools, so for aftercare though, if there's only one company coming in to bid on it, then the after-school care for kids is probably not where the biggest void is for service providers. Because otherwise you'd be getting a bunch of people chasing that contract. If
I-
they're like, oh yeah, we'll be able to sign up tons of kids.
Right. No, I think it's, just daycare in general,
Yeah,
not
like
just
preschool.
after care, right?
And pre-K.
There's a demand for after-school care. There's so many commuters in Jefferson County, 50% of our population or more leave the county to go to work.
Right.
So their commute time to get back home for their kids' after-school care is longer than most communities. I think there is probably an assumption you can make of after-school care is more important here than other places because
Oh, yeah,
so
definitely.
many people that leave the community to go to work. But there are other Boys and Girls Club, other
Mhm,
providers
right.
of after-school care. I don't know if they bid or don't bid.
So if the schools that don't have the alpha, you said alphabet,
They also
alpha
do
best,
before school care.
they do
too.
before and after care. So the schools that you have that don't have that available, is that just because nobody's ever bid on? Cause they get to use the school facility for free, right? Or are they at a very low cost?
Probably at a very low cost.
And then the kids stay there either in the cafeteria or the media
cafeteria.
center, and they're allowed to then use the playground and all that. And so they basically come in and operate as this contractor on that school property.
Right,
But all of your schools don't have that program.
correct.
Do they not have it because there hasn't been interest, or do they not have it because those schools are not open to their facility being used for that purpose?
Like I know CW Shipley had a big program and it's because a lot of parents would transfer there and drop their child off on their way to Frederick. And so they would drop them off, for before school care and then they would pick them up on their way home after school care. So,
So it's kind of like the folks that are already in that path,
Right.
are gonna want their kids to go to the school that's on that
Right.
route for them. Okay, that makes sense.
because there's no busing for before and after care.
Right. Okay, so that's
But childcare
obviously
is a big
part
thing.
of. If you think about the two goals that you had originally in your prior strategic plan, number one and number two, recruit new businesses, and number two, support the sustainability growth and expansion of existing businesses and industries. That's your recruitment and retention. And having adequate childcare options available to your population is a huge component of that. Because that would be an inhibiting factor for a business trying to come and set up shop here. For their employees anyways, because that's a huge issue whenever a new business is coming into a market area. Any of you that have ever started a business know part of what you're looking at is, I'm gonna have employees here and I may be bringing some employees with me from elsewhere if they're growing here, if they're leaving another area and they're gonna come here because they can grow here. They have to think about their employees and whether or not their employees can be supported here.
Yeah, well, I think if we're trying to attract light industrial or anything that's bigger, it's probably gonna be bringing people in. Well, hopefully not, but I think that's what might happen.
That's two of the first things when people are looking to move somewhere from somewhere else is schools, and believe it or not, they look at recreation opportunities, parks, recreation.
Quality of life,
What's that?
quality of life.
Yeah, it goes back to that.
Yeah, because if you're moving somewhere for work, you may say, I don't want to live in the city specifically that my job is going to be in because I don't like this thing about it, or it's not affordable, or it doesn't have the kind of schools that I want, or it doesn't have childcare options that work for me. So then you're going to slowly start creating your little radius of how far away from work am I willing to go to get that perfect sort of mix. But it sounds like, there's some state stuff in there that that limits what you can do for in-home operators that limits the capacity that they have for students. But it sounds like there's maybe some opportunities for partnerships, or maybe looking at some of those facilities that, some of those schools that aren't doing before and after care programs, to maybe use those as partner locations for other types of programs. Or at least bringing in some other operators maybe to expand that. And again, most of this doesn't really cost any money. It's more on the advocacy and education and outreach and partnering and collaboration. It's brain damage, not financial damage. So if you think about those two things, I mean, that's part of it. And then you come into your third goal that you've got, which is market and promote Jefferson County as a great place to do business. So at the moment, or even over the past 5 years, think back on what has the JCDA done to move that forward, to market and promote Jefferson County as a great place to do business. Why is it a great place to do business?
I think it's had some challenges.
Mhm.
I'm not sure I would say it's a great place to do business, because it sometimes is a challenge.
We want it to
So,
be a great place. to do
yeah,
business.
we want it to
Right.
be, but I
That's
don't
why we're
know
here.
that it has been.
Well,
So
that's
is
what
is
we're doing
promoting
this,
it as
yeah.
such maybe a bit of a,
It might be a
difficult
stretch
campaign.
right
There are
now.
plenty of, I think there are plenty of good reasons.
Yeah.
Right? I think its proximity to population centers is key, right? It's got unique business and tax advantages that you won't find in neighboring states, right? And it's still got that proximity. It's got regulatory advantage.
what do you mean by regulatory advantage?
You've got a state administration that is very non-regulatory in their view of things. And I can't say I can cite all these things that they've cut the red tape around, but certainly they promote themselves as,
A low regulation.
and if you want to start a coal mine, you can probably do it, but there just isn't much coal here. But I'm sure there are other opportunities that we could dig in and find that sort of thing. And I think that sort of thing, then whether we want to do this or not, I think at some level it's important for us to be aligned with the state's economic development position. Right,
Especially if you're pursuing grant funds
Absolutely.
and
Mhm.
right.
partnership opportunities with the state to advance other programs and efforts.
Yeah, and I, whether we all believe in every piece of that or not, I think is somewhat not worth pursuing, but I think it's important that we are somewhat aligned with the state's perspective.
Well, yes, because the state sometimes will get businesses to inquire about wanting to come
Yeah.
into West Virginia, and if the state says, oh, don't you go to the Eastern Panhandle.
I mean, often,
But-
the biggest of the big, they go to the state first. They don't
Right,
come here,
right,
Right.
yeah.
right?
So
It's
I
the
think we have to kind of like each other.
Do y'all ever see bids come out from either the state economic development group on, counties and cities wanting to propose sites for a specific business? Do they ever send out proposals for things like that, or bids,
Don't know
or?
that I've seen a lot of
I've
that.
not.
We do have a
No.
good working relationship with people that are in state economic development office. What
Have-
does Jill work for now? Is Jill part of
No,
that?
Jill
She's-
Upson, no.
Yeah, what is her department now?
Isn't she still with the
She's under
Fed?
Commerce. Jill Upson.
She is under
Oh,
Commerce,
she's,
Okay,
oh,
yeah.
okay.
right?
Um,
And I think at one point, she was maybe a little closer to economic development than it was. It's one of the members that's not here. The prior state economic development person, Jim Linsenmeyer, he was
really
really
good.
active. Who's taken his place?
He
The
was up here, wasn't he?
Macintosh,
Yeah,
Keith,
Keith took his place.
and he
okay.
comes to board
And
meetings.
Keith comes
Yeah.
regularly to
And
our
he's a
meetings.
local
So I think there is a good working relationship. Obviously, the biggest splashes the state has made in the last few months have not been here in the Eastern
Mhm.
Panhandle, but we're on the table for sure.
Do you feel like the state's priorities for economic development and overall economic growth, do you feel like those are in areas that are potentially something that would be well received in Jefferson County?
No.
Or do you think you
Mm-mm.
would get too
No.
much pushback to advance them in Jefferson County?
Nope.
I think you would get a lot of pushback on
Mhm.
those.
So there's where
Other,
the,
other than one area, right? And maybe that area is not as strong today as it was a few years ago. But Jim Justice as governor, I mean, tourism was everything he cared about
Yeah.
in many ways. I can't say Pat Morrissey has really exhibited that same level of enthusiasm, but he certainly hasn't restricted it, right? And so Jefferson County has the #1 tourism spend in the state as a county. We've got a very active CVB, got a lot of great components in the tourism lane. So I think there's reason to be encouraged there with our alignment with the state in that priority. But when you get into the industrial setting, natural resources setting, I feel we're probably a little misaligned with our state partners.
so the tourism aspect is actually really interesting because you do have a lot of great assets in Jefferson County that attract a lot of visitors. You already know this. You know, what you said, the largest visitation spend in the state is in Jefferson County on an annualized basis. I mean, that is huge. So,
Harper's Ferry is.
so how do you leverage that into more on the business side? You're getting folks coming here to visit. They're visiting very specific things, obviously. So what are the companion or complementary type of businesses that might align with that? I
So
know
we had
y'all talked a
answered-
bit about agritourism.
Yeah, we had answered that question back in October, and the notes I have, it was craft beverage, agritourism, tourism, and then small business and entrepreneurship that surrounds those particular systems.
And those are things that you feel like more of that obviously would be supported by the community as a whole.
Yes.
So-
In general, right?
Well, yeah.
Because I think we can all sit here and think of instances where you didn't get that same warm, fuzzy reception. I think the most notable instance is the Hilltop Hotel, right?
That's been going on for 19 years,
Huh.
isn't it?
It's an iconic hotel that overlooks the confluence of the Shenandoah and Potomac. It's about as scenic as you can get. But they pursued some state economic development tools in way of a pilot program, tax incentive, tax-based incentive programs, and those got a lot of pushback.
So not the project, but the funding mechanism.
Well, the project too, because some people, because different people have lived there. It's always been a hotel. But then the people that were living beside the hotel have all gone, have left. And now new people come in and they're saying, wait a minute, you're putting a hotel here? No, you can't have a hotel. There's never been a hotel here. Well, yeah, there is. But this hotel was going to be beautiful. It wasn't going to look like the neon lights shining bright. It was going to be a beautiful.
Yeah.
Again.
It'll be a
resemblance of
destination, not just
destination.
an
And they were going to have a
accommodation.
nice conference area. They were going to bring other from Washington DC and stuff into, there's going to have a spa. I mean, it would bring a lot of money, a lot of people back into the county. And even the restaurants and the hotels were saying, yes, we want them back here. Yes, bring them here. But again, it's been 19 years because I started,
But all
I
of that,
saw the plan first.
all of that activity is what a lot of people wanted to stand up against.
Yeah.
Because the hotel used to be, I had a magnificent view and it didn't have all of what you just described into downtown Harper's Ferry. And a lot of the people that were close to that were really opposed to that and got others to listen
Yeah.
and step on board with them, which has made it very difficult.
But I see that as the anomaly. I think
Yeah.
most of the tourism oriented things are widely supported.
It's hard to be against it.
Well, particularly the conundrum as a resident, and this is a conundrum. So if you just look at rooftop growth, I still find the same number of eateries or fewer restaurants
Mhm.
than 8 years ago.
Mhm.
And in my mind, I don't understand, usually rooftops, then restaurants and services come after that. So I am longing for a place to go. I am longing for, as a resident, to frequent agritourism and chill and do that. And also proud when my friends come up to show them around. In fact, believe it or not, the racetrack,
Yeah.
which has been here for a while, when they had the epic buffet on Friday night, my friends would come. I would have more guests because of the racetrack than Raymond as a friend,
Right.
because it's something they'd never done.
Right.
Right.
And it was really exciting, and that's gone away, but
Did you have a lot of restaurants closed down during COVID?
yeah,
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of the small mom and pops closed down as the chains came in.
Yeah.
Because the chains can do a product for a lower cost. And we saw that a lot of individuals just couldn't meet that, which is a shame because, yeah, you lose such a diversity in types of restaurants and tastes and,
so this is a thrust, and also there's a longing, and I know that our Commissioner of Agriculture has really done a good job from farm to table. In other words, the 25-mile radius, a lot of this and being able to eat and grow locally. So the distillery we have locally in Jefferson County only sources grains from Jefferson County only. And that's something exciting. And so I think this is a micro system, but you're right, Todd, how many micros are going to get us to the macro?
Right, absolutely, absolutely.
So, I wanted to keep this going because this was, important and a good conversation. And I'll leave this up to you all. We've blown through the break. And we only had a couple items at the end here, a lot of which we've talked about. One, we wanted to define your priorities and then end on the core pillars, both of which we've already talked some about. But do you all want to take a quick break or do you want to keep going?
I'm good.
Okay,
Plugging
this
through
is
if that
good
makes,
break.
I'm leaving a little early. I don't know.
Yeah.
Amen,
Because
brother.
I, because our next step is going to be going from, because essentially what I'm hearing for the goals is, it's not that your goals necessarily are problematic in how they are now. They maybe need to be refined a little bit to be more focused, so as not to be quite so broad, and we could probably consolidate some together. So for example, where you've
I
got
think
strength
you can.
in organizational effectiveness through stronger governance, that's not all that different than establish strong strategic partnerships with municipalities, economic development organizations, community stakeholders, regional and state partners, to facilitate optimal economic development planning and growth.
And could we just
So I think some
Take
of
off
these,
the mission statement, because it's not a mission statement, it's a goal.
I think it's just a.
Oh, yeah, no, that was me, my bad.
To what?
He had a copy and paste
yeah, sorry,
issue.
these
Oh,
are the
okay,
goals. He-
okay.
he
Control
may
Control
just-
C,
Not a
Control V,
mission.
kind of.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll
definitely
take that.
control
It's
C,
okay.
control V.
I know.
Sorry to be so gold, but I
So-
want those letters.
So we may have,
We know you're reading this.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's good.
that should say goals.
we know partnerships are important, and maintaining and sort of nurturing those relationships is important. And those are obviously, we've been talking about that all day. So we know that is still a very prominent goal. But like Dave was saying, some of these are probably a little bit redundant. And if we can narrow it down to probably like 4 or 5, that's probably a little bit more manageable for you all in terms of, then we can have as many objectives to further those goals as is necessary. But we can certainly work on refining these down a little bit to be more focused on some of the topics that we've heard from you all today. It does sound like funding is still something that you want to be thoughtful about. This, diversifying your funding sources. So goal number 4 that says increase and diversify funding sources to support operations program and future business building initiatives. You still want to find ways to be more financially independent and sustainable on your own. And so that's still something that you're interested in doing and pursuing. So we want to keep that as a goal. We just need to get some very clear objectives and strategies associated with the different ways that you might start moving that forward. And it sounds like some of that may be through some of the things you've done before when the market supports it, when you have a little bit more confidence in its financial return. But we can also look at other ways that you might be able to do that. So things like grant opportunities, working with the state on different incentive programs that, you know, layering things together can be enormously beneficial. So finding ways to layer different programs through grants and incentives and tax sharing or cost sharing mechanisms are just lots of different ways to kind of move the needle on diversifying those things.
One last thing on the goals too, and this doesn't, I know we're talking about consolidating, so I'm not suggesting we now start adding more, but maybe we find a way to work in, we talked about a great place to do business, but I think we need to get something in there about a great place to live. And because housing is a big deal, a big component of this. So then we can start to put the sub bullets in on how to improve
Yeah,
that.
it's a big component,
Yeah.
right? Again, going back to the tax structure and just the cost. Can do it cheaper than you'll find in Loudon or Frederick or Montgomery or Fairfax or any of those communities. That comes with, right, that comes with the give and take of
Yeah.
being that bedroom community.
Mhm.
But, in all, I think a lot of people that live here do find this to be a great place to live.
Yeah, the Main Street program of Charlestown, the logo of that was, I think it was live, work, play. So, back to the funding sources,
Mhm.
instead of increase and diversify, I think it's more basic than that and just create.
Yeah.
Because
Establish.
we don't
Yeah.
have a funding
Yeah, we don't
source.
have hotel motel or
Right.
going to us.
So it's not really, I mean, if
Yeah.
we increase zero, it's still zero.
Just, begin.
We'll have a lot on that, but yeah.
And I think a lot of the conversations that have been had about how to find maybe a more reliable funding source for this organization have generally involved cutting funding from some other community-oriented operation. And I'm not sure that any of us are real
Hmm.
warm, fuzzy, or supportive of that kind of thinking.
So we're looking more at identifying sources.
I mean, ideally, it would be to, like, hotel motel goes to what, the Parks and Rec and to Visitors Bureau.
Mhm.
I don't
Goes
know.
to CVB, and then there's a whole list of
Oh, is
other
there?
things you can spend it on. And that's often the place that people go because
Right.
economic development is one of those listed categories, but most governments in this community currently direct it all toward their parks and recreation programming. So I don't think what we want to
Yeah, you don't
see
wanna
is a
take it from them.
rededication of those
No.
resources.
I mean, we do have a lot of short-term rentals that also pay hotel motel. I just don't know, like, if there's any other. I mean, that seems like the lowest hanging fruit. Like I said,
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to take from the Visitors Bureau or from
Right.
Parks and Rec. I mean,
What is your relationship with CVB? Does the JCDA and the Convention Visitors Bureau have any shared?
Well,
we're,
three of us
there's
sit
three
on the
board members that
three of
sit
us
on
sit on
both.
that board.
But other than that, we don't really
Yeah, we-
Actually,
advocate too much.
4 because Daryl's on the board too.
Oh,
as
yeah.
the
Yeah.
JCDA
Right, yeah.
representative. We're not there as JCDA folks. We're there
Yeah, we're,
it's other-
in different
I'm
capacities.
at large.
yeah, we're not there as JCDA.
Yeah.
There's not a seat.
So
Well,
I,
just
yeah,
Daryl
it's
is-
good, right, from that perspective.
Yeah, there's definitely no, like, I don't think we've ever talked about it,
Mhm.
really.
Mm-mm.
Well, what is the CVB's focus? Is it towards,
It's-
Bringing people
So-
into Jefferson County.
Yeah, and it's marketing
Marketing.
and I mean, they try to be at net zero and it's really at this point trying to get, instead of when people are coming here for one day, it's to get it turned into like multi-day stays. A lot of the people that are coming here are like 1 day, 2 day, and it's really like turning that into more, which.
they're trying to turn day trips into overnight trips?
Yeah, but I mean, there is something that interacts with this board too, that I've just never really thought about. If we could be interacting more and because there's, when you bring someone in for 3 or 4 days, that's also other businesses that can kind of feed off of that. And I've always thought that this could be like the next Pigeon Forge in Harpers Ferry. But there's just a lot of underlying factors and political things like what the Hilltop has gone through that kind of get in the way. So I don't know what it looks like, but I
I
definitely
know
think that
Matt
could
had
be.
talked about like a Great Wolf Lodge at one
Yeah.
point in time, and I
Yeah.
think that got turned. I mean, I think he turned to a different direction
Sure,
himself.
yeah,
But could you work with them to maybe start building some agritourism strategies
Yeah, there's
that
definitely
could be
interface.
a sort of a crossover between the two of you where that's a huge business expansion for your agricultural operators to bring in a tourism element from their agricultural operation. And now you're saying, okay, well, CVB, add on to your list of things that, make your visit to Jefferson County 3 days instead of one by adding on all of these other things that are all right here in proximity, kind of. Because you can do these things collaboratively, and if their goal, of course, is to bring more people, it doesn't always have to be that you're gonna build some huge thing. It can be just connecting those dots.
Yeah.
Or even, the more that you can get some of these agritourism operations up and operating, if you, establish an agritourism week and you promote that really heavily and say, hey, this week we're promoting all of our agricultural tourism oriented businesses and here they are, and here's a map of them, and we're going to publicize this. We're going to push it out on social media. Like those are all ways to work together where you're bringing visitation in, you're bolstering these agribusinesses that are established. I mean, there's a lot of different ways where if visitation and tourism are an area where you already know you're getting the dollars, how do we get those dollars into the business growth and into the economy outside of just food and beverage and hotel motel?
Yeah, I think that's the key, right? I don't think I certainly don't carry the belief that there's an issue getting the people here. It's how to convert those dollars into those other areas. Because the people are coming. I think that's evident on any
340.
given weekend. Right.
3:40 at 3:00 on
Yeah.
Sunday.
Yeah.
It's a good problem.
Yeah.
It's a good problem.
Well, not for traffic, but for everything else.
Everything else is a good thing. So it sounds like that's an opportunity there to open up that dialogue between those entities and really start thinking about how can we support each other a little bit and how can your efforts be bolstered by what they're already doing, and maybe some collaborative marketing or messaging might be instructive there, especially as it comes to outreach to some of your agricultural operators. Because if you're going to start thinking about agritourism, first step's talking to your folks that are already doing agricultural activities and seeing whether they're interested in expanding their operation to include that, even if it's something as small as event space. And you guys do have a beautiful county here. I'm surprised probably more of your farms aren't already operating as event venues and event space for their outdoor
It's
spaces.
certainly an emerging.
We have.
Yeah,
a
it's
few.
definitely
We have a
emerging.
few. Yeah, not a lot, but we do have a few that are trying to do that.
But, there was a lot of talk a few months ago, and Raymond brought it up, craft beverage, kind of comparing us to
Yeah.
Virginia's wine industry. And I think I looked and I think maybe Loudoun is the anomaly, right? But short of Loudoun County, I mean, most counties have 2, 3, maybe 6 wineries. But so collectively across the state of Virginia, that adds up to a significant, noticeable number. But if you take us down to just Jefferson County, geographically, we're pretty small, right? 6 wineries aren't going to make the kind of impact, or 6, distilleries or, cideries or whatever it is, that's not going to really move the needle. And I don't think anybody should be kidding themselves that we're going to put 20 or 30 of those in this community. That's
No.
not realistic. So I don't know that I've ever totally understood the view of the perceived impact that could really have on this community, right? Because at most, I think you're talking about a handful of operators, and I just don't see that moving the needle that much.
Well, I think one of the previous people that worked at the Development Authority was trying to do that with the agri crawl or whatever. I think Josh kind of had a plan to try to bring all that in, and that kind of stopped. That didn't
I
happen.
mean, it sounds good,
It
but,
sa- it does sound
and
good.
maybe you get a few more in Berkeley County, but
But,
then the
Yeah,
geography of our state kind of gets in the way.
yeah, I don't know how you grow, how you
Right?
can
And
grow all
certainly
that.
deviates us from what our core mission is Jefferson County alone.
Yeah.
Um,
It's certainly one of those things where you would be looking to sort of create a network, and it would expand likely beyond
Mhm.
Jefferson County. So if there's an existing, concentration of craft breweries in another city, but that's not a terribly long drive to here, where you've got 2 or 3 craft breweries that have popped up. They often call these like brewery trails
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
drinking maps. And it's like you kind of bounce from
Yes.
this town to this
Yeah.
town to this town. And as long as those things have lots of opportunities for other things, where they're in areas that are generally walkable and you don't have to drive from place to place to place to place, it can create these sort of like, oh, that's a fun little Saturday. We'll just go bounce around through these 3 or 4 towns that all have these little concentrations. But you'd have to find that opportunity to, again, reach out outside of Jefferson County and talk to some of those other communities that are seeing success with that and saying, hey, how did you get there? How did you get these established? What was that like? What was your vision? Because, you don't have to reinvent it. You don't have to come up with everything brand new. It didn't happen there without some sort of push. What was the push?
Kind of had a little bit of that meeting the other day.
So it didn't-
Met with several of the vineyards over in Loudoun County.
Yeah.
Who we sat down with and talked about Jefferson County and what we can do and how they can come in, what they do, and what we can do to make our policies conducive for them to come over. And they were very happy with the conversation and pleased to start looking at coming. And they said they had several others that were looking because Loudon is kind of changing some of their policies on things and squeezing a little bit. And so, I mean, it definitely is something that's looking to come this direction. And other things can go along with it. Some of the things they had talked about were events, weddings and things like that that would go on that really added to it.
We have the area I live in is very heavy on agritourism. So like the blueberry farm. Okay, yeah, you can go pick blueberries there. That's an option. Nobody goes there to pick blueberries.
Right.
You go there because Saturdays and Sundays, they have live music. They have food trucks.
Mhm.
They have a guy on a tractor with juice barrels on wheels, pulling kids around, doing tours through the blueberry farm. Like, yeah, we might go pick a quart of blueberries while we're there, but that's not really why we're there. We're there because it's an experience. It's where to
Mhm.
go and be outside and do something fun, and you bring your lawn chairs, and it's a place to be. And so when we talk about this sort of lack of food and beverage opportunities, that can be something that starts filling that food and beverage and entertainment void. Is, oh, well, we can go to this person's farm because on Saturdays they have live music and food trucks and they do this and they do that. And then now they've created a little business enterprise in addition to their farm that's helping them financially, but it's also creating
Right.
events and activities for things to do where folks are going for entertainment value as well. So there's always these opportunities to think outside the box, but the harder part is getting your agricultural operators on board with wanting to take that burden on, because it's not
It's
nothing.
different.
It's different. It's probably a little bit outside their wheelhouse. And it may be an opportunity to teach and train to kind of help them through that process. I know one of the big things that folks are doing right now with educational aspects for housing is the religious housing aspect, where, the Yes in My Backyard movement, where there are a lot of states around the country now that are looking at guaranteeing the ability to build housing on properties owned by religious organizations. So if you have a church, they could then build apartments on the church's property, and those would be run and managed by the church. And these were like guaranteed rights. You didn't have to go in and get new entitlements for it. As part of that, because a lot of churches were interested in doing it, states have now started education programs to work with the religious organizations to help them understand what it means to not just build the housing on their property, but to run it, to manage it, to maintain it, to insure it, to, background checks and how you go about doing all of these things. They basically started these, outreach programs to say, not everybody should do this, but if you are interested in doing it, here's a way to start the process. And here's some things to think about, consider, and help you through that. So y'all can be that resource for these types of operators for, your existing stuff. It doesn't all have to be new, especially for people looking for the next stage of their agricultural operation.
And for me, that fits into the education lane, right? Once we determine what the lanes are that we want to operate in, then we build the education,
Mhm.
community engagement piece around it to kind of create that interest and move that priority forward. I mean, I think that's really the full play.
I think that kind of segues into
The pillars.
this last piece. It's, and they can actually be combined because we've talked about them on and off all day. But we wanted to kind of end on that, with what remaining time we have left with you guys.
Move us forward.
Talk about the priorities, but also your core pillars. And that's really going to give us a lot of good information to go back, and
Yeah, we went the wrong way.
Yeah, that was me.
you just hit on one, Todd, as you were talking, so.
All right, can you go back one to priorities?
Sure.
So, when we talk about establishing some priorities, the purpose of prioritization is because you're gonna have competing goals. So where some goals may be more financially demanding and others are more time or resource demanding, determining which are higher priority and lower priority, or which tasks within those goals or actions within those goals are higher priority, is obviously going to be something that is going to be helpful to you all over the next couple of years as you're starting to move forward with new strategies. But really, the establishing those will also create those themes. And so we want to put things into kind of a context of core pillars. And so when we're prioritizing, we want to understand impact, right? Will executing this strategy move you closer to your goal? That's one of those things, like which of these is going to make the most headway? So, and moving that goal forward. Is it feasible? So do you actually have the time, capital, and resources? That's where the conflicting goals are going to come in. Because some of your goals, you may not have the time, resources, and financial feasibility to advance in a very aggressive way. You may be able to advance some parts of them because that's possible, but not all parts. But you also need to see how these align with your mission and making sure we're addressing those most pressing challenges or opportunities early on. So when we're thinking of priorities, if we can pull all of the thoughts from today into some sort of themes, these are what we would consider to be sort of core pillars of your strategic plan. Because what we would recommend is if we can establish those themes within these core pillars today, then that helps basically set the tone for establishing your goals and your objectives or strategies for each of those goals, because we're going to look at those through those lenses. That's, we're going to look at it through the lens of advocacy, or we're going to look at it through the lens of promotion, or through the lens of retention. Those are sort of the themes that we want to try to establish, not those, but those are just examples. So that's why we need to think about how we're going to prioritize, because if we then take each goal that we identify generally, we want to be able to prioritize those based on those core themes. So then if you go forward one, your core pillars would be from all of these things, what are going to be your focus areas over the next 5 years? So right now you have 7 goals, right? We're going to try to work with y'all and help you consolidate those down, probably, because 7 may be a bit too much. It's a lot to take on, and it puts a lot of opportunity for conflict in there. So if you think we're going to be down to, 4 or 5 goals, how do we now say within each of these, the strategies are going to fall into some specific focus areas? So we know one of those you've already talked about is financial sources, so funding sources. Because I think that has been very central to a lot of the conversation today, is your funding sources. So if we think about all of your goals and then say, okay, well, for each goal, there are going to be strategies that fall into the theme of funding sources. What other themes do you think for each goal, there's going to be strategies that fall into sort of this overarching theme?
Probably like stewardship or transparency or along those lines.
What do y'all think?
I mean, that certainly has to be, I think if we're gonna grow our credibility, it has to be something we look at. Right? I think the challenge there is it does require us to walk away or deprioritize some projects. And I think the challenge with that is, when you're grasping for straws, right? Any straw feels good in the moment, right? And so it's really hard to walk away from something that, you see could make a real impact, but that the support isn't there otherwise. That's the real challenge with that. And, a little disappointed that we didn't have more members join us today, but I think the members that didn't join us in large part have a very different view than
Yeah.
6 people sitting at this
Yeah,
table.
I think this
on
on
that
a
issue.
whole different way if everybody would
You
have
know,
attended today.
and so.
What do you think if they were here?
Mhm.
What types of things do you think they would identify as focus areas?
Return on investment.
Okay, well, that kind of falls into the funding sources world.
Not just,
Or funding
not just
world.
financially, right? Just
Yeah.
think about, the return, the success, right?
Economic impact, fiscal impact,
Hate to say this word, but I'm gonna say it, winning.
winning.
Yeah.
A core theme from some of our members that aren't present.
So what does winning look like?
That's the big question.
Well, that is the big
Yeah,
question.
great, because it's a very subjective word.
Correct. Winning can be different to all of us.
It can
Right,
be.
yeah.
And who did you step on to get to that winning part? Were you gonna say that, Kathy?
So when we think about it from that perspective, what would you think that focus area might look like? If you were trying to kind of think about that in the vein of all the things we've talked about today, if winning was essentially a theme,
You
I-
mentioned successes.
successes.
Being able to label or identify your successes. I think those are anything from your small wins to your big wins. That's just kind of.
Again, that goes
Putting it
back
out
to
there.
being able to track
Measure.
your
KPIs.
successes.
You also have to be able to track the cost of the win.
That's all part.
And not always financially.
Yeah.
And that's why you see, a lot of not organizations, but a lot of private entities, when they come in and they're looking to do something, the first thing they're going to offer is, oh, we could do an economic impact study and show you how great this is going to be for your community, or we could do this and show you how much
Yeah.
tax base we're going to generate.
$50,000 and you too can have one.
And it's like, okay, well, we can do that, right? We can tell you what those numbers are, but what does that do for your community? Is that here? Are those impacts being felt directly here by your population and your businesses and your operators? Or are these just, data on a page that we don't really see in the day to day? So how do you think about if you were to quantify winning in some way or success in some way, is that something that should be visible to your community, or is it something that is more deeply rooted in the economy?
It's also,
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's also short-term wins versus long-term wins, because another issue that we had recently was solar farms, and they wanted to come in and, pay a lump sum up front and then not pay taxes for 30 years.
Mm.
So, short term, yeah, that'd be a great year to get that big check. Long term, not even phasing in taxes, but zero taxes for 30 years, that's a long-term loss in my mind. So, you have to look at the whole thing, not just what is it gonna get me today?
Okay.
And I think for what is the best thing for our county may not be the best thing for me, but what is the best thing for the county? I mean,
Fitting the count.
first.
putting the county first above maybe your thoughts and concerns or your benefits or whatever that you might get out of it, but what is going to make this county better? So we can see it for the next 5 years.
Yeah, I think that, the savvy investor banks on the returns that come after the 25th year.
Yeah.
Right? And, in the era of, the divided politics that we live in, sometimes it's really hard for our appointed and elected officials to withstand the volume of the pushback to a longer term strategy. Right? And so, yeah, some of those short-term gains are small, non-existent even in some cases, but I'd like to think we're playing the long game here. I think we have to, right? Because otherwise we are grasping at straws based on what I think we've inherited as a group of 11 individuals who are
Right.
trying
Yeah.
to make a difference here. And so I think that
So the solar farm thing is actually interesting. So would JCDA have been a part of that? Or was that just a solar farm wanting to come in and not pay property taxes for that 30 years and then just give the county or the city that they were gonna be in?
I don't think the Development Authority was directly
Mhm.
involved in most of those. They were asking county commissions and school system to enter these pilot agreements or forgo taxes in some other way. Party to most of.
I
those
think they were
conversations.
asking for support from the Development Authority, if I remember correctly.
And
Predated all of us. And- and-
yeah, I'm gonna be very heretical, but I have to say this. I get by the way, I'm an Air Force brat, lived in about 5 countries, and I speak 4 languages. So you don't know that I speak Italian fluently because I no speak with Italian accent, right? So when I talk to folks, and my address is Charlestown, West Virginia, there's a something in the conversation that comes around that they don't think that I have the business acumen to be able to counterbalance the irrational ask of 30 years. Any little math present value calculation that I can do on my phone, I don't need my HP anymore. I can tell you in year 6, you think I'm stupid and I fill out. So I do combat personally this, I'm coming to you, you're in the country and you don't know any better. Well, honey, let's dance together and I'll show you how I can dance. And so I think that the other thing to our credibility is because we've assembled a very strong group of professionals, that in and of itself are our pillar of credibility. So that when those projects you asked before, that you said, how do we promote the visible and invisible? I think the visible people drive by, but it's up to us as well in a digital format and any communication format, the invisible, i.e. childcare. That's invisible. You don't see it, but we could promote if that's the initiative and say, we've allowed a greater spend relative to X more kids and therefore affecting Y more households. I think that's a very powerful statement as to an accomplishment and success. And that's something that we need to just do when we get those nice pitches. Hit it out of the park.
So sort of being more critical of opportunity, not critical,
We're more discerning.
there you go, discerning of opportunities.
We are.
To make sure that the opportunities are an opportunity for a
The right-
benefit for all
For all.
in a very sort of concrete or tangible timeline, as opposed to just this created something positive, period. The positivity needs to be at some scale, or that benefit needs to be at some scale that can be documented and quantified to be able to show, this
And
isn't.
to Todd's point, if we just look at the land, I think it was, oh my God, I gotta sell it. rather than maybe putting on the glasses of a longer term, hey,
Yeah.
the economic recession was devastating. Let's hunker down, batten down the hatches. We're not going to make this, even though it's desirable today, but we're going to hold out for a trajectory and get through this storm, which we have.
So take a long view on things
Yeah.
and don't get
Mhm.
distracted by shiny objects, in the short range.
Well, the industrial park wasn't built in a day. I can remember when they first started talking about that whole land for the industrial park, it was gonna be industrial park. And I said, what is an industrial park? Oh my gosh. And how's that gonna work? And it
Right.
went on for that poor Jane. She was, I think, wasn't she the director at the time? I mean, they put her through war because they expect her to sell every single lot yesterday and then build it by tomorrow. And she's like, well, I don't even know what I'm doing here. We don't have it. We have a land. We don't have anything here. I can remember when, so the industrial park has, this has definitely been going on for a long time. So you're right. It doesn't take it for a day. We need to
So
think about it a long time.
boiling that down to like a central theme or a core pillar, does long-term benefit for the whole, not just quick wins, kind of sum that up?
Or what's best for the county is say like, what the greatest impact in the county that's going to benefit the most people?
How about the future of the county?
The future of the county.
Yeah.
Yes, the future of the county.
For those things which we have control over though.
But,
I mean,
right,
I think
yes,
that,
we
you
don't-
know,
yeah.
let's take the data center issue, right?
Right, yeah,
The
Yeah, that's-
reality is we've got very little control over
Yeah,
what comes
right.
here. But
yeah.
we do have the ability to control how the infrastructure or to help provide input to how the
Yeah.
infrastructure is installed to those areas
Yeah.
so that it has the ability to serve the broader community at some later date.
And what concessions we would like from
Yeah.
them.
Absolutely.
Like that's what the guys
Yeah.
from Ashburn were telling us. Like, if it's gonna happen, I mean, you might as well say, this is what I want.
Sort of
Right.
what you're willing to concede on and what you're not willing.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were just like other things that they were like willing to give you type of deal. So I don't really know the ins and outs of it, but that's what it sounded like from the guys that had been through it in Ashburn. If they said if they were gonna do it over, they would ask for a little more and ask for this, and it would be nice to
Ask
have
for the
this
world,
ambulance.
maybe
Until
you'll
they
get
say
a.
no.
Yeah. This ambulance would be nice, and
I don't think we have the luxury of that though, since the state took it away.
Doesn't mean you can't have the conversations.
Right.
yeah.
Has anybody ever spoke with, Loudoun County on how?
We did.
Yeah, yeah,
They
it
came
was
here
awesome.
and gave us a
Mhm.
wonderful training.
You can
session.
watch it on the
Yeah.
JCDA
As
website.
far as,
actually.
did they ever get into lessons learned? or
Yeah.
Yeah,
what
yeah.
they were
Oh,
talking about?
yeah.
Okay.
And we brought the commissioner from Frederick, right?
Yeah.
And that was specific to data centers, right?
Yeah.
Maryland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maryland.
Yeah. I'm sure that was enlightening.
Oh, I tell you, I learned so much
Yeah.
that I didn't know, and there is, and that from an education perspective, I thought that was great, even for the citizenry. We had a good attendance.
It's on the JCDA website
Yeah,
on the
if you go
bottom.
there.
It's
Okay.
pretty good.
And it was good, but I think the reality we face is, you know, we've got, still have a large portion of our community that is out there arguing and advocating, you know, to stop these things at all costs, right? And I think that's where the real challenge lies for an organization like us, is I think we feel somewhat paralyzed to really stop them, right? To me, that's an argument, that's water under the bridge. We're not getting that back. We need to figure out how to be able to make the best out of the situation we've inherited. And sometimes that means got to work with groups, people and organizations that have made these decisions that may feel contrary to our best interests, but still got to make the best of it.
So sort of like if you, given that you don't really get the choice on data centers, right? The city, the county, if a data center wants to build in Jefferson County or in any of the municipalities within Jefferson County, the state has essentially said they're not going to be restricted by zoning or land use limitations or anything like that. Their entitlements are guaranteed. Where could you encourage them to locate that you then reap additional benefit? Because they will have to do utilities. They will absolutely need.
You can
Utility
find the
service.
locations that they'd be best suited. and the least impact and try to have
Try
the
to
conversations with them
guide
and try to
them.
guide them into these directions.
Exactly, because that is something you can do, is have these dialogues with them where you're saying, hey, yes, we understand that you can do these things. We would like to identify for you areas that we feel would make you the most accepted or supportive within our community.
And
And that way, at least you're saying, look, we're not saying we're opposed. We're just saying the right place.
right. And we can do that with the industry as well as the state.
Yep.
So if you kind of take two different directions and start, showing areas that you would like to see them, they could be the most tolerable. Then you've got two different directions looking this way. And as one wants to come in, they're gonna say, let's say when they come to the state, okay, well, how about this area over here? Yeah, and they're like, yeah, we've already kind of looked at that and we've seen, so we're already kind of heading that way. We can also look at the opposite side of that, the areas that we know you're gonna get the most resistance and say, this is gonna be a problem. Why don't we try to get you this way?
Right.
And
And
just
you
keep
can be
directing.
open with them about that to say,
Yes.
it's not that we're saying, we understand what your abilities are. What we're saying is,
Expect the problems that are gonna come
Where-
here.
if you would like to have a community that is not 100% opposed to your existence and are only, 90% opposed to your existence, you may want to show just a little bit of this opportunity here.
I don't want to be the rain cloud, but the reality is often we don't hear about these projects until the letter of intent's already signed on the property. And at that point, we're mopping up milk on the floor,
Sometimes you're right. Yeah,
That's
that's,
fair.
And
Well,
so,
but with data centers, your big issue is they have to have infrastructure, right? They've got to have
Absolutely.
water. At the very least, they have to have water going there. They're also going to be a huge power draw. So a lot of times with data centers, that's one of the big issues is
power's
there
the big
enough?
gating factor here.
Yep.
the water's changing a lot with newer technology.
Their
yes,
ability to repurpose and
their ability
recycle
for
and all that.
non-evaporative cooling is really reducing their water consumption. So that certainly changes some of that.
Do y'all know what your power situation is in terms of whether your grid could actually support that in certain areas? Or if
It's currently pretty limited,
Mhm.
but fear not, I mean, grid operators are building more resource as we speak, right? And I suspect in 5 years' time, that issue won't be as big as it is today, right? We are a power generating state. We burn a lot of coal, and I think you've probably got a state government in place that will continue to push that pretty darn hard.
So is that an opportunity for partnership, is talking to your power entity? So like in different, everybody's got different stuff in different regions of the country. You've got different people that are your primary power providers to really work with them on, you're not going to try to put this right in the middle of this. That wouldn't, like, it may make sense on your grid, but it doesn't make sense for us for a community growth perspective. Can we work with you to identify grid locations that are more compatible with community growth?
I'm not opposed to trying, but I feel like that's a lot bigger than we are,
Probably is.
right? Yeah.
But sometimes if you're the first through the door, they listen.
Fair enough.
I'm
Um,
wondering on that point, though, sorry, I'm approving wire transfers here. Um, Could we have an influence role, air quotes influence? Because Mike, you just triggered a thought. The gentleman who came from the state actually asked us, said, give us ideas as to,
Right.
because there is no zoning apparently, and one thing Buddy Reiser said from Loudoun County, if he had to shoot a mulligan, another shot, he would have bigger setbacks.
Mhm.
So there is a construct that we could advocate for, knowing that we don't have any control, and say, JCDA or the county says, this is our desire. If you're going to come here, this is what we would like to see. At least we've made a statement.
Right.
And it's a guide. We don't have any control, but at least we've made a statement for the citizens based on what we've learned and what we understand. I think that is part of our
Mhm.
responsibility, right? With the best knowledge we have is to make recommendations.
And I think educating too. I unfortunately couldn't make that data meeting, but I think I think it shows that the community, that this body is trying to educate everybody, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, and how you feel about it. But if you bring in the experts from both sides to say the good and the bad, and then they can see and we can see, so then when we make a vote, the audience isn't saying, yeah, well, it was one side and they didn't know this and they didn't that. Well, yeah, we did, because we did have it. So I think if there's another major issue come up, which I'm sure there will be sometime, if we try to educate again, bring in the powers of both sides to try to, and maybe that is a goodwill to show the community that we really are trying to think about both sides and how it's going to affect both sides.
I don't think we had representation from both sides for that presentation though, did we?
I don't know. I didn't make it. So like, but I thought. you
I don't
said
think it was both sides, no.
It was
Okay.
just the one.
It was just
side.
all data
Correct.
centers were the best things since sliced bread, or?
But
Oh.
if we want to designate, if we interpret the other side of those who didn't want, who attended, they didn't come to be informed. Many of
Oh.
them didn't want it, period, in the audience. I
Oh.
think they then left saying, oh, I found a couple of nuggets that made me more informed about the issues of data centers.
Right.
But the biggest thing was the why. And I don't know that that was accentuated enough. And the why was lost or was said in the beginning. Buddy Reiser says, I think these were his exact words, Loudoun County was where Jefferson County is today with respect to tax. That was his kind of opening statement.
Yes, it was.
And it's that journey just compelled me because I said, you know, that's right. And he showed a little chart that there was the imbalance of revenue. Our data centers, you know, the panacea, well, it's gotten them that in an interesting situation. Don't know that we need to emulate it, but it's been taken out of our control. So the only thing we can do is influence. And I think if we can put the head on the pillow to say we've influenced and informed,
Right.
that's an A job.
So then another core pillar kind of might be educate,
Educate,
inform,
yeah.
influence.
Yeah.
Like if
Oh,
with
Mm.
our strategies, when we're thinking about under our goals, those should, at least some portion of them should fall into this educate, inform, influence sort of overall theme. So if we think separate from your funding situations and then your measure of long-term benefit for the community as a whole, and then also this educate, inform, influence, do you feel like there is some other lens or theme that you would sort of put as an umbrella for strategies to roll up under? Or do you think that is sort of your core themes or pillars?
We can fit a lot of stuff under those three.
Yeah, but if you feel
Yeah.
like there's more, we can
Definitely.
certainly think about what those are.
I think keeping it simple is.
Yeah.
probably the-
I
Yes.
agree. I think less is more.
Yeah.
sometimes.
Well, and I mean, those are big. They're overarching themes, and
Yeah.
that's kind of the point, is to keep them in the realm of broad, but very direct to your vision or where you're trying to get to. And so I think these align pretty closely with addressing some of the challenges that you all identified through the Mentimeter, but also some of the things you feel like are central components of the JCDA, which we did when we were identifying the terms. All right. Well, I mean, that kind of
Cool.
wraps us
Yeah, I
up.
think that was last
Excellent.
Yeah,
slide.
that's the last
Yeah.
slide, but it also, I mean,
We
our
did pretty
big,
good.
our
actually.
expected outcome was strategic planning priorities, direction for drafting or refining a strategic plan, identification of responsible parties, and confirmation of a timeline for follow-up actions. So other than the follow-up actions timeline, I think that pretty much covers everything that we were trying to get some bigger sort of thoughts on.
Well, I talked, at the break a little bit with Daryl, and that we were gonna maybe regroup here next week as a team. And then talk about the next steps, and then we can filter that out to everybody as far as when to get get rolling on the next piece of this, but this has been, we do a lot of these where we're literally for 8 hours having to pull information out of people's mouths. This has been great because everybody's been real forthcoming. It gives us the information we need to draft a plan that you're actually going to be able to use and benefit from. So I know it was a big ask for take your whole Friday off. Hopefully you can still get out on the golf course and
Yeah.
Go get
Yeah.
some sun, get around, take
Yeah.
a walk.
but we certainly appreciate everybody's involvement and candor.
Thank you.
This is going to be a
Yeah,
fun
thank you.
project and a good group to work with.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
And odd question. I really had not experienced the Mentimeter, but to the spirit of dialogue, you know, congruence and collaboration, as we go and we pitch our deck to other constituents, could there be a small exercise for the others to
There
be
will,
able-
there
Yeah,
will.
Because I think if we just take that display of words, I believe we're going to be overlapping more than we think we are with the other.
And that's the whole point of that, because sometimes people are surprised.
Yeah.
Maybe they're more in alignment than they think they are.
You're probably closer together than you're not as
Yeah.
far apart as you think you
Yeah.
are.
That's almost always the case.
Really? Okay.
With the goals, I could see it. The road to get there,
Right.
The strategies to advance those goals are probably more, those will hit
Less
more
aligned.
conflict points.
Country
Yeah.
roads.
They do wind around, don't they? And there's some rocks in between.
All right, well, I will go ahead and shut down the audio.
Thank you.
For Jen.